Boys Quarters Africa is an organization that is largely volunteer-driven, and our mission is to educate, to empower, and also to advocate on behalf of the boy child on issues that affect them, the challenges that they face, with the intention that we're able to resolve those challenges, meet those needs through the implementation of projects and initiatives. We have a variety of them. These are to draw awareness around issues of sexual abuse, domestic violence, issues of emotional abuse. Young boys need good role models. There are a lot of myths and misconceptions about what it means to be a real man. And one of the things I like to say at Boys Quarters Africa is that we are in the business of busting myths. You can call us myth busters. And so what we would like to do today through the International Boy Child Summit is to draw awareness to some of these issues and to begin to reorient our minds around what it means to raise men of good character, men of integrity, men that will be responsible in the society. And so to speak more on the operations of Boys Quarters Africa, I'm going to hand over to our Chief Operations Officer, Blessing, and he will talk to you about some of the programs that we do and how we are organized to reach out to the boy child across Nigeria and Africa. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone, once again. So at Boys Quarters, our strategy is, our strategy is to change the world a boy at a time, okay? Because of the vast, the amount of issues that we have in the world today, we are positioned in a way that our volunteers, all right, so to drive the change that we need, we have a volunteer network spanning across different cities in Africa, okay? Currently, as I speak to you today, we have over 175 volunteers across 23 cities in Africa, okay? For this event today, we have 7 viewing centers connected to this center. We have centers in Abuja, we have in Enugu, we have in Ondo State, we have in Ebonyi, we have in Borno, and we have in Adamawa State, okay? This way, we are able to drive this change. We are able to drive this mindset change that we are working on for the boy child, to bust the myth and expose these boys to the real deal, okay, to what it means exactly to be a boy child. And then we're leveraging on these viewing centers, especially for today's event, to pass this message across all these locations. We're also having, this event will be beamed live, okay? So for people to connect to this, for boys most especially to connect to this session across the world, okay? We are certain and that by this initiative, we're going to be able to reach more boys, and together we will change the world a boy at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to quickly speak about some of our collaborations. This International Boy Child Summit, this is the 3rd edition. We started in 2020. One of the things we try to do is to leverage relationships and partnerships. Currently today we have a partnership with Connected Development in Abuja, and also Voice Global, Oxfam in Nigeria, and extensively Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Netherlands. So what they do with us, we're trying to galvanize men and boys across the continent to become allies towards ending violence against women and girls. And as we speak today, we have existing relationship with the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. We have a relationship with the Lagos State Ministry of Education, with the Lagos State Ministry of Social Works and Youth, Ministry of Justice, Lagos State Government. We have an existing relationship with the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs. We have a relationship with the Enugu State Ministry of Gender Affairs. We have a relationship with the Enugu State Ministry of Transport. So some of these relationships and partnerships, they come in view of some of the projects we run as an organization, and I'm going to talk a bit about them. So the first project, one of our flagship projects, is called the Boys to Campaign, where we try to talk to boys around sexual abuse of the boy child, right? From 2018 till now, we've been able to engage directly 10,517 boys across 23 cities in Africa, and we intend to do more in the coming years. We also have an initiative called Project Sabi, and it is currently funded by Voice Global, where we're mobilizing 1,000 boys and 1,000 men across Lagos, Enugu, and Abuja. Busayo Fache is the programs manager who overlooks some of these projects, and she's going to talk a bit about Project Sabi, which is like the biggest project we're currently running in terms of financial investment, human resources, and even the commitment of our partners. At the beginning of this session, we're going to hear from the representative of Oxfam in Nigeria and Voice Global. Another project we've also been running is called Guyversation. This is where we bring men together to have conversations, to be vulnerable, right? So some of these things, they are layered under our grand objective of empowering, just as Dr. Ruby has said, educating and advocating for the boy child. And the uniqueness in the work we do is that we're not just trying to start an anti-feminism movement, and we're not trying to also emasculate men. What we're trying to do is to be able to raise boys who would be able to fight issues around violence against women and girls. So for example, with Project Sabi, we have currently trained today about 500 transport workers in the informal sector. So we had a collaboration with Alimosho local government, for example, where in 2020-2021, Alimosho recorded about 47% of the total violence perpetrated against women and girls. So today, we're currently training both religious leaders in Lagos, Enugu, and Abuja. We're training men in the informal sector. And I also forgot to mention that we have a grand partnership with the National Union of Road Transport Workers. So sometime in June, we're going to be having like a conference of all the state chairmen of NURTW, where we're going to be sitting them down. We have created a curriculum that has been interpreted into Yoruba, English, and Hausa and Pidgin, where they would be able to cascade whatever training we're passing on to them. So I'll just allow Busayo to speak a bit about some of the works we've done with Project Sabi.
Thank you so much, Solomon. So for Project Sabi, we've been able to reach out to men in the informal sector. We've been to Alimosho local government. We hosted a motor park town hall with the men there. We've also been to Enugu, where we had another motor park town hall. We have a social construct platform currently running, where men and boys can go take a misogynistic test and get some prescriptions. Yeah, and we also have this boys summit that is going to run today, and is going to lead to the Boys Against Gender-Based Violence Club that is going to be run across different schools in Lagos, Abuja, and Enugu. We've been to the Special Correctional Center for Boys. We have visited different schools, taking this message, seeking how men and boys can be allies to ending gender-based violence against women and girls. I'll pass the mic on to Solomon.
Finally, before Dr. Ruby wraps up the press briefing, today we're going to be launching Africa's first boys club against gender-based violence. We have an existing relationship today with the Lagos State government, and we're going to simulate with Lagos State with an Enugu State and FCT. So we're starting with 30 schools, 30 secondary schools across these 3 states. What this club would do is to teach boys about consent, teach them what they need to know, when it comes to sexual and gender-based violence. And one of the things we have also done is to create a comprehensive manual for boys that will teach them all they need to know. So it's called ABC, Action, Boys, and Choices. Everything they need to know to become an ally towards ending violence against women and girls. In that manual, we have a curriculum for teachers, and we have created a 24-week learning track for schools. So if they want to take and teach their students about SGBV, how boys can become allies, we have that curriculum we're going to be unveiling in the course of the International Boy Child Summit today. I'll just allow Dr. Ruby wrap up the press briefing.
All right, thank you guys. As you can hear from the team, this is about one-on-one interaction and engagement, direct engagement, one boy at a time. And so through these programs, through these initiatives, what we're trying to do, like I said earlier, is to drive awareness, create awareness around what the challenges are and what all of us need to do in order to make a difference. This year's International Boy-Child Summit, the theme for us is redefining masculinity. We're always about redefining masculinity in the right way. We are raising boys, we're reshaping men, and we're transforming society. So we invite you to join us today in doing this. What we're looking for are change agents. Change agents are people who are embedded within the society, who understand the consequences of a misguided boy child. And so you intervene early on in order to avoid those consequences materializing. As you join us today, listen in, we have an excellent lineup of panelists. If you're able to stay with us through the end of the day, we invite you to do so. Listen and speak out about what you learn here today. How can you help us? Is by really sharing the word and talking to others about what we're doing at Boys Quarters Africa. And so we implore you, members of the press, thank you for giving us this opportunity, and do have a great day. Thank you. Do they have any questions for us?
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Alao Abiodun from The Nation newspaper. And so I would like to know what effort has been made so far in terms of evaluating the impact of what you have been doing in the past years in terms of reaching out to the boys. Yes, you've given us your success stories that you've done this, you've reached out to the boys in this local government, you've created clubs and all that, but have you measured the impact so far? And looking at the statistics so far, do you think you are making significant progress? That's what I'd like to know.
Joy, can I go ahead? Okay. Okay, so I think as a premise, it's important to mention that the work we do is not a 100-meter dash, it's a marathon. Whilst we celebrate the folks in the development space who do a lot with, giving out food, giving out drinks and all of that, what we're trying to do is a mind shift. And because our focus area is quite distinct with men and boys, right, it's always a very long stretch. But there are a couple of success stories we can count in terms of evaluated impact. So for example, in 2018, at the Special Correctional Center for Boys, where we had gone to run our exchange project, interestingly, about 5 of the boys who we spoke with and had an engagement with are out of the correctional centers, and they've been, integrated back to society, right? That's one. Another part, when it comes to men, right, is what we're doing with Project Sabi. So today, we've been able to set up gender-based violence desk across different car parks in Enugu, Lagos, and Abuja. So what it does is that we have democratized access to reporting cases. In the past, you will find out in the park, I'm sure in the course of the summit today, we're going to play a short video of when we were in Enugu to just show you the kind of mindset of these men. So with this gender-based violence desk, what it does is that women can easily go to this desk and report cases, and these desks are directly connected, for example, in Enugu, to the Ministry of Gender Affairs, where they take it up with the Ministry of Justice, right? So I would say, give us some time. I mean, Boys Quarters is just 3 years. We're going to be turning 3 in December. Give us more time. The work we're doing is a long stretch. We are going to get there. The impact we're going to get is going to be colossal for good, because it's going to look as though there's a cloud mountain. And by the time we see in another 5-7 years, we believe that the number of cases of hashtags on Twitter is going to drastically drop down, because we're going to have more responsible men. Some of those boys who are still here today, they are 10, they are 11, they are 12 and 13. The transformation that would happen to their minds, the residue. And in another 2 years, when they start getting to universities, they will begin to act out some of the things they are learning, right? So I know this may not sound like a typical response to a press guy looking for the right kind of answers, but between you and I, that is the truth and nothing but the truth. All right. Yes. Yes.
Your carpet was to see, your videographer is not.
I think that's an excellent question. So maybe for those who might not have heard, he talked about some of the myths that I made reference to earlier. So there are many myths and misconceptions about what boys are about or what a real man looks like. One of them you've mentioned, that real men don't cry or boys don't cry. Or you even hear some people say that men don't wear pink, right? Some may have even heard that you need to show a woman who's boss. You slap her to reset her memory or to reset her mind. These things are misconceptions that have long permeated the way that we think about what a profile of a real masculine man looks like. And I had an experience the other day. I was going to share it later on in the program, and I still will, where there was a young boy about 6 to 7 years old, and he lost his mother. And during the funeral, there were some men around him and some older women, and they said to him that he should man up. This is a 6-year-old, that he should man up, that he shouldn't cry, and that in fact, his mommy will not want him to cry, so he shouldn't cry. And so you could see this boy bottling up all of his emotions. He was like vibrating because of how he was trying to hold it in. There was a gentleman not too far off who observed what was happening. And so later on, the gentleman asked the young boy to please go and get some drinks for himself and the wife. He's a typical 6-year-old. I think he ran off, he must have forgotten. So eventually he saw him and he said to him, "I told you to go and get drinks for us." He scolded him. And the boy started crying. Now, the way the boy cried, you would know that he was not crying as a result of the scolding. He was crying because he lost his mother, and he had been told not to cry. But the man and his wife, they knew what was going on, so they let this boy cry. He cried, he wept, and eventually you could see that he felt some release. You see, like I said, what we need are change agents, because this thing permeates our society. It's embedded in culture. And what Solomon mentioned is that it's a mind shift. We all do it. Some of us, we say it, actually. We say, man up. Now, I understand what we're trying to say. We're trying to say, take heart, have courage. But that's what you say. You don't say, man up, right? Because he doesn't understand what you mean when you say man up. What he takes from that is that he shouldn't cry. Now, the long-term effects of bottling up emotions is that you repress a lot of anger. There's a lot of frustration. There's a lot of aggression. And so you find that a boy who has long since been repressed through childhood grows up, and then once he has the ability, he begins to let it out, right? On girlfriends, it starts with girlfriends, and then on wife, and then on children. And so our intervention is to start early and to be consistent. Again, I keep thinking about what Boys Quarters Africa is doing. We're just a small drop in the ocean. But it takes all of us collectively saying the same thing, driving the right messages. And, and as grown men, it's okay to cry. You wipe your tears and you continue. The other thing I'd like to say is that it's also important that it doesn't come across like, what we said earlier, we're not trying to emasculate men. The truth of the matter is that men do have that advantage that you will notice when things happen, the women might be more emotional and break down, and a man naturally has that tendency to be a bit stronger. So we want them to be confident that that is what is happening, and not that it's because they are trying to be men. I don't know if you get the difference that we're saying. Yeah, thank you.
So I agree with you that this microaggression is deeply ingrained in our culture, in our environment as such. So focusing on the boy child, they are not distinct from their homes. So what message, they are not distinct from their homes. So how would you, they are not living alone. They can't do anything on their own in as much as trying to educate them, empower them. So how do you bring this empowerment apart from these boys to their homes to make their parents become aware of what you're doing to these boys? This paradigm shift from the old mentality we have to this new society you're trying to build. So how do you do that?
Thank you. And you're right. So it takes a village to raise a child. And we don't exist in a vacuum. What we're doing is incremental. You build blocks, and then you hope that other people catch the fire, and then they come alongside, and they're also able to add to what you're doing, to amplify the effects of what you're doing. So right now, we're directly reaching the boys so that they also understand that something is not right. The truth is, if you've spoken to people, anybody who has gone through some level of abuse, it's very possible that at the time that you're being abused, you don't even know that it has a name. So these conversations, when we go into schools, we go to correctional facilities, and we start talking about this, you can actually see in the minds of the boys, they're listening to us like, what are these people talking about? So many examples. I have so many examples, but for time, there was a boy who came up after one of the engagements Solomon was sharing with me about 2 years ago, and he was surprised. He said he thought it was okay to beat the wife because the dad beats his mother all the time, but that he feels bad because he can't do anything about it. If you had to unpack all the things that child is going through, so much. Now, because he now understood that that was not right, we said to him, just be careful. Don't say anything to your father so that father doesn't slap you too, right? But you see, that awareness, maybe in the past when the dad was doing it, he might have been joining or encouraging or, you know what I mean? But and these things, these kind of activities, they thrive in an environment where it's encouraged. So when you start to see that the children are not buying into this thing. In fact, there was a video that went viral. I don't know if you saw it. Did anybody see it? Where the girls were defending their mom. Yeah. That's an example of how what we're doing will eventually have an impact on the society around where these boys live.
Good morning. I'm Efo Satayo, Nigerian Tribune newspaper. We live in a society where domestic violence is a thing, and the focus is mostly on the female gender, in the sense that the spotlight seems to project the fact that it's only the female gender that is actually being violated against. Now, I'm curious, does your initiative focus on male who are being abused in the home? Like married men who are being abused in the home?
Okay, so you're very right. You're 100% right. In fact, the truth of the matter is that gender-based violence is not women-based violence. Do you understand? Gender-based violence means violence that is perpetrated against one gender by a member of the opposite gender. So it could be a woman who is inflicting violence on a man, or a man inflicting violence on a woman. Most times you hear the one way, man inflicting violence on the woman. But let me tell you, these things are being done by people who themselves have issues. They have repressed issues. They have things that have not been dealt with, things that have not been resolved, feelings that have not been resolved. So even for the man who is being abused, the reason why it's important, because you know what we said is we want to raise boys who are emotionally well-adjusted, who are balanced, have a good sense of self, a strong sense of self. If I cry, I don't worry about what you think that I'm crying. I'm crying because my emotions are pent up, so I'm crying. When I finish, I clean my eyes, right? If a boy has that sense of confidence, he also will see abuse when it's happening in his home. He will not stay with a woman that is abusing him. And so it's important because, you see, it comes from a sense of self. When you are not strong, you are not confident, you're not sure, you will take some things because you don't know how else to be. It applies to men and women. The boys that we are affecting, that we are influencing, they will be strong-charactered, they will be well-mannered, they will be men of integrity. When things like that begin to happen in their homes, they will intercept it very quickly because they will see what is happening. And they won't allow it to continue. And they will not be ashamed to speak out. You see, it's shame that keeps us silent and allows those things to thrive. So this actually helps even in cases where the gender-based violence is women on men.
So in all of this, what is the role of, I won't say government, what is the role of the parent? What is the role of the society? Because you might teach the boys all of this, and they get back home and they cannot implement. Or even if they try to implement, they get reprimanded. So what is the role of the family? What is the role of the society and NGOs like you?
Why do you have to ask a jam question?
Both of you, though.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have thoughts on it. There's so much that we all can do. There's so much that we all can do. So there's a lot to be said for age appropriateness. You know, like I said, I've seen even a 3-year-old boy told to man up. So I think it's in our language, it's in the things that we say. Everybody has a role to play. Parents have a role to play in that we need to also reorient our minds around the things that we say. When we're raising our boys, we shouldn't raise our boys to be helpless in the kitchen. We should raise our boys to be responsible in the house. So if we say you need to go and clean up your room, you don't say to your daughters to go and clean up your room, then the son should come and sit with you and watch the news. You're sending the wrong message. He needs to learn to pick up after himself. One day he's going to be married. One day he's going to be a father of children, and he needs to also exemplify that for his children. The most important thing about this is that as human beings, people do what people do. We're influenced by action. So you can tell me as a parent I should do this, and if I see you doing the opposite, I'm going to do what you're doing. So a lot of us today are products of the people that we saw in front of us. And so your parents are a strong influence on your life. They are many times the role models that you will see. Now, you can't always blame a parent who themselves may not have been properly raised or may not have had the right role model as well. This is where society comes in. So society also needs to model good behavior all around. If you look around, you will find that there are children within your sphere of influence. You have to be mindful that you are a role model to them. What they see you do, they will do, they will copy. And then government has a role to play. Civil society has a role to play. And they have been playing that, maybe not enough. But we've gotten a lot of support here in order to be able to put on even this program. There were some approvals that we had to get from the government to do this. The partnerships that Solomon spoke about, they're partnerships with government parastatals. So they also see the value of what we're doing, and in their own way, they're playing a role in helping to drive the conversation, maybe not drive, but to at least support the conversations that we're having around improving and growing men, boys that will become responsible men in the society. We all have a role to play. Thank you.
All right. All right. All right. All right. Good morning. Now say it with life. Good morning. Now say it like you are happy to be here. Good morning. If you are happy to be here, can you put your hands together for yourselves? We want to formally welcome you to the Boys Quarters Africa International Boy Child Summit 2022. Make some noise. Yeah. You know, it's beautiful being a boy child. We have very unique peculiarities. And the idea behind this is to ensure that these peculiarities are projected towards the right direction. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in Boys Quarters Africa, all that we are interested in is ensuring that you're educated, you're empowered, and we have advocacy for the boy child, so as to grow boys into responsible men, so as to redefine masculinity that is responsible and progressive. To that effect, ladies and gentlemen, we all are gathered here this morning to discuss on topical issues that will help us to strategically position ourselves to ensure that domestic violence is reduced drastically, sexual violence is reduced drastically, and the boy child grows to become a full, responsible man. So if you're excited about this, can you put your hands together for yourselves? And I believe Boys Quarters Africa deserves a better round of applause. Damola is my name, and I'm very privileged to be the compare this morning. I can assure you that we'll have a good time together. I just want to make a few announcements in case you need anything that has to do with this event as we proceed. Please feel free to ask any of our officials. They're standing very close to wherever we are seated to ensure that everybody is properly taken care of. Possibly you want to use the gents or the ladies, or you need anything at all that has to do with this event. They are more than willing to ensure that everybody is attended to. We'll appreciate that if you have cause to leave your seats, please take permission from your teachers or take permission from the officials so that everybody is safe, secure, and happy. We also want you to please ensure that your property is properly taken care of. Please keep your bags, keep your books, keep your jotters, your pen, so that somebody somewhere, somehow will not assume that your property is part of the souvenir that will be shared today. It can be very painful, so please guard it with all diligence. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate members of the press. Thank you very much for being a part of this. Every supporter of this, we do not take your presence for granted. Thank you very, very much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting on the note of prayers at this time, and I'd like to respectfully invite and welcome Pastor Ayodele Kenneth to lead us in the capacity. Please put your hands together for him.
Please, can we all rise to pray? Our Heavenly Father, from whom all blessings flow, we thank you for bringing us together again here today. We thank you for the spate of work that has been done at the Boys Quarter Africa. We thank you for the vision. We thank you for the visioner, Solomon Ayodele. Thank you for strength. Thank you for wisdom. Thank you for partnerships. Thank you for the reach, the impact. Thank you, Lord, for resources, human, material, financial, mental, intellectual. We do not take any of these resources for granted, because the Bible says a man can receive nothing except it be given him from above. We thank you for giving this vision, and thank you for the partnerships that have been formed to drive it. Thank you for how far we have come. You have been our Ebenezer. We return all the glory to you. And we want to commit today's program into your hands. We ask, oh God, that your presence will be with us continually. We ask that all of our speakers will speak as vessels prepared to reach out to these young ones and bring them to the place where they are change makers, people who will redefine society in the days, in the weeks, in the months, in the years to come. We ask, oh God, that our children will become, our sons will become like olive plants, grown up in their youths, tender plants grown up in their youths, and our daughters will become like cornerstones polished after the similitude of a palace, until there is no complaining in our streets, until we can look at a society that is filled with the wisdom of God, the power of God. Didn't the Bible say that in the last days you pour out your spirit upon all flesh, that our sons and our daughters will prophesy? Father, we look forward to see the manifestation of this. We know we cannot do it on our own. We cannot do it in our strength. And we thank you for all the resourceful fellows that you have put together on this project today. And we ask, oh God, that everything that will be done here will be meaningful, impactful, and will reach further than we ever imagined, that your name alone might be glorified. And that we might have a society that is void of all of this violence and vices that we see around us and amongst our children, in the mighty name of Jesus. Father, we also ask concerning these children that, Lord, the spirit of this age will not rest on them. The spirit of this age will not influence them. The spirit of this age will not have power over them, but that they will be delivered. And there will be children, oh God, who are patterned after the plan and the purpose of God for their lives and their destinies and their purpose, in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Lord, because we know you have answered us. For we return all the glory to you. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Praise the Lord.
Can we put our hands together for Pastor Ayodele Kenneth? Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'm very excited that I can see boys everywhere. And I'm so excited that I am looking at very, very responsible gentlemen that will grow into amazing big brothers, amazing husbands, wonderful presidents of Nigeria, governors, CEOs of multinationals. Am I talking about you guys? If I'm talking about you, make some noise. Yeah, I like that bass undertone. All right, ladies and gentlemen, right now we want to have a special moment that has to do with music. And I'd like to invite and welcome a gentleman who does excellent stuff musically. He's going to be singing a very powerful classic that was done by a multiple award-winning Nigerian in music. Ladies and gentlemen, this song, if you listen to the lyrical content, you will agree that it speaks to the nation, and it also tries in a way to speak to our hearts, to be patriotic and to love our nation, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, this song was done by Timi Dakolo, and it is going to be rendered by Dami Praise, One Nation. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward to do this. Dami Praise has an amazing voice. Dami Praise sings so well, and I'm very sure he'll be inspired by this. Please put your hands together for him.
Check. Okay. Come on, if you believe in a better Nigeria, can you just rise up on your feet as we honor our land? Come on, if you believe in a better Nigeria, can you just make some noise? Come on, make some noise! As a people, with one song, with one voice, we are a nation undivided and poised. We will take our stand and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. There we are, as a people, with one heart, for one cause. We are determined to rebuild and restore. soul for all soul. We are all we have. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria, and we know we'll get there. We're all we have. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Oh, we're a great nation. Here we stand as a people with one heart for one cause. We are determined to rebuild and restore. We're free, freedom reign, and rules prevails. Our land, where there's hope for all souls. Our land, where there's hope for all souls. And we say, we are all we have. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria, and we know we'll get there. We're all we have. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. With a great nation. Yay! With a great nation, great nation. Yay! With a great nation. Come on, let's sing it together. With a great nation. With a great nation. We are great, we are great, we are great. We are great, we are great. We are great, we are great nation. We are great, we are great nation. God bless Nigeria.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you love Nigeria, put your hands together for Nigeria. You may please be seated. You may please be seated. Nigeria is indeed a great nation, a nation of diverse ethnic nationalities, tribes and cultures, languages and people. Where our greatest strength lies is in our diversity. And what we're trying to do here today is to ensure that we grow people into the future that will continue to project Nigeria in a positive light at a global scale. Ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed that song by Timi Dakolo that was delivered by Dami Praise, can we please put our hands together for them? Thank you. Thank you. It is time for us to officially declare this summit open. And I'm very privileged at this time to respectfully invite and welcome the board chairman of Boys Quarters Africa and the executive director, technology and operations, 9PSB. Please put your hands together as I respectfully invite and welcome Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe as she comes forward to declare the summit open. Please put your hands together for her. And if you don't mind, can you make some noise?
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I love the energy in the room. Please keep it going. We have an exciting day lined up for us today. This is our International Boy-Child Summit 2022. Please put your hands together. And this year, our theme is Redefining Masculinity. We are raising boys, we are reshaping men, and we are transforming the society. May 16th is a day that has been set aside internationally to recognize the boy child. It's called the International Day of the Boy Child, and it was established in 2018, 6 years after the International Day of the Girl Child was established in 2012. We've talked a lot about how the girl child has received a lot of attention, and rightly so, but that somehow along the way, the boy child and the needs of the boy child were beginning to be neglected, so to speak, until organizations such as Boys Quarters Africa came along and began implementing and executing projects and initiatives to try and meet that need. And so the other day I read an article, and the article referred to the boy child as an endangered species. Wow, that's serious. Do you know what an endangered species is? Awesome. An endangered species, this is something that is in the danger of becoming extinct. And so what I understood the article to be saying is that the boy child, or if you look at it from the angle of good boys, responsible men, are in danger of becoming extinct. And I thought that was quite insightful. However, you can reverse that trend if you are able to intervene with meaningful and impactful programs and initiatives. Why are they becoming extinct? It's because of what we made reference to earlier. There are myths and misconceptions about what the man needs to be. And so today, we are going to bust some of those myths, all right? Turn to your neighbor, say, today, we are going to be myth busters. I love it. Put your hands together for yourselves. I want you to reflect for a moment on what happens when you drop a stone into a water, a big body of water. What happens? It sinks, agreed. But what happens around that point of impact? It spreads. What is that thing called? It starts with an R. Ripples. It's called a ripple effect. And so what is happening here today, you can liken it to a stone being dropped in a big body of water. And you leaving this place with the right message and talking to people and speaking out is a ripple effect that will be created by virtue of you being in this summit today, all right? And so we need change agents. So that ripple effect, it's created by what we call change agents. We need change agents who will be embedded in society. Change agents that will help to break the cycle of sexual abuse, break the cycle of domestic violence, break the cycle of aggression by changing the rhetoric around what the real man ought to be. A friend of mine was talking about how she was in a store the other day. I don't know how many of you have heard about, well, let me not name the store, but it's a big store. They have a number of chains. And she was walking down the aisle. And she saw a woman. Behind the woman was a nanny carrying a 2 or 3-year-old boy. And she said she doesn't know what happened, but out of nowhere, the boy slapped the nanny. And she watched with horror. The mother didn't do anything. So immediately she tapped the mother and she said, "Excuse me, did you see what your son just did to his nanny?" And the woman looked at her and she said, "Excuse me, ma, please, it's none of your business." And this woman, she couldn't take it. She said, "Excuse me, it is my business. It is my business. Because one day, my granddaughter is going to grow up and have the misfortune of meeting your son. And one day, your son could slap her. And so it is my business." And so this woman determined that since the mother wasn't going to do anything about it, she told the nanny, put him down. He can walk, can't he walk? So yeah, put him down. So the nanny put the boy down. And she said to him, "Little boy, what you just did was very wrong. You don't strike anybody. Both men and women, boys and girls. You don't strike anybody. Do you want to be a good boy?" He said, "Yes." "Do you want to be a bad boy?" He said, "No." She said, "Apologize to your nanny and never do that again." When this woman shared her story on a platform, we were divided. Some of us said, "I don't think I would have done what you did." Why? Because we're afraid that we might have been embarrassed, that maybe that young mother may have turned and maybe slapped the older woman. You just never know. But you see, what happened was that she displayed courage. She saw something that was wrong and she corrected it. And so she was being a change agent. And so I would like to encourage you, those who are here today, the older ones in our midst, to become change agents for the boy child. When you see something that is happening that is not right, we expect that you will help to correct it. That is how this change we're talking about, that is how this great Nigeria that we want to see emerge is going to happen. We have a fantastic lineup of speakers for you today, panelists that will be up here helping to transform your mind, helping to reshape the way that you think around things that you thought you knew. And so I invite you to sit down and to listen to them. We have 2 keynote speakers today. The first of them is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Education Intervention, Mr. Fela Bank Olemo. Please put your hands together for him. We will also be joined by another keynote speaker, and she is the founder of Immerse Coaching Company. Her name is Debola Deji Kurumi. Please put your hands together for her. And I'm so excited because we have a full room in the house today, and we have viewers from all across Nigeria who will be joining us virtually. We even have people across Africa. I understand there's some people joining us from Zimbabwe. Please put your hands together for them. And so without any further ado, I hereby declare this year's International Boy Child Summit open. Thank you. And do enjoy your day. Where's my MC?
Can we put our hands together for Dr. Ruby? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was beautiful. Now this summit has been declared open and we are starting officially right away. I'd like to especially recognize and appreciate our distinguished invited guests. Some of them are on their way. Some of them will be joining us as we proceed, while some of them are here already. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to especially recognize in absentia Our Excellency, the First Lady of Lagos State, Dr. Ibirunke Sonwolu. Can we please put our hands together for her? Thank you very much. Also to be recognized, ladies and gentlemen, it was recognized much earlier, but I'll do that again. The Senior Special Assistant to the President on Education Interventions. Please put your hands together for Mr. Fela Bank Olemo. Can we put our hands together for him? We also like to recognize and appreciate the Permanent Secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Education, Mr. Abayomi Abolaji. Can we please put our hands together for him? She just gave a welcome address, ladies and gentlemen. The board chairman, Boys Quarters Africa, and the executive director, technology and operations, 9 PSB. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ruby Onwudiwe one more time. Thank you. We also like to recognize and appreciate the presence of Mr. Ayodele Kenneth, a board member, Boys Quarters Africa. Pastor, thank you very much, sir. He led us in the opening prayers. We also like to recognize and appreciate the parents of the founder of Boys Quarters Africa. Please put your hands together for Pastor and Mrs. Isaac Ayodele. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you. Also like to recognize and appreciate the Pastor of Kings. Please put your hands together for Pastor Damilola Oluwatoyinbo. We also like to celebrate his beautiful wife, Pastor Toju Oluwatoyinbo. Can we put our hands together for them? We also like to appreciate the lead pastor, the new. Please put your hands together for Pastor Shola Okoruga. Thank you. We also like to recognize and appreciate the Chief Transformations Officer, Wema Bank, Mr. Babatunde Mumuni. Please put your hands together for him. We also like to recognize and appreciate the Head Marketing, Communication and Investor Relations, Wema Bank, Mrs. Fumilayo Falola. Can you please put your hands together for her? Well, I'd like to especially recognize and appreciate the Head Brands and Marketing, Stanbic IBTC, Mrs. Bridget Oyefeso-Odusami. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. We also like to especially recognize and appreciate the presence of the Chief Data and Analytics, Stanbic IBTC. Please put your hands together for Mr. Tony Ogumola. We also like to recognize and appreciate Hamzat Lawal, the Chief Executive, Connected Development. Please put your hands together for him. We have speakers and panelists today. She was recognized much earlier. Founder, Immense Coaching Company. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Debola Dejikoromi. We also have the senior partner, L'Oracle LP, and founder of African Revival Center, Barrister Kayode Adeniji. Please put your hands together for him. Also to be recognized, ladies and gentlemen, is the founder, Chess in Slum, Tunde Onokoya. Can you please put our hands together for Tunde Onokoya? Thank you. We also have the founder, Life After Abuse Foundation. Please put your hands together for Halima Layeni. We have a thought leader and child protection thinker, Taiwo Akinlami. Please put your hands together for Taiwo. We also have the co-founder, Future Academy Africa. Please put your hands together for Keaton David. We have a songwriter, singer, and culture shaper, Akiade Ibuoye Gaze Baba. Please put your hands together for him. And very importantly, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to specially recognize and appreciate the convener, Boys Quarters Africa. Please put your hands together for Mr. Solomon Ayodele. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Now that we have recognized our invited guests, it is time to recognize the schools here present. So when I mention the name of your school, rep your school by making some noise. Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to do that? All right, don't worry, nobody's writing names of noisemakers here, so you can make some noise. All right, Immaculate Heart Senior. Thank you. Immaculate Heart Junior. Yes, that was the junior version of the senior. All right, Mende Senior High School. Mende Junior High School. Community High School, Alakpere. Oregun Junior High School. Oregun Senior High School. Ajegunle Junior High School. Koshofe Senior College. Ikeja Junior High School. Ikeja Senior High School. State High School. Now, can everybody make some noise at the same time? Yeah, so, thank you. Thank you. So more schools will be recognized as soon as I get your names. As soon as I get your names, I'm going to recognize you. All right, let me quickly do that. What's the name of your school? Ogba Junior Grammar School. Make some noise! Is there any other school I left out? All right, don't worry. As you come in, we'll be recognizing you specially. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just want you to know that we have very brilliant students here that are going to surprise us as we proceed because of their wealth of knowledge and their level of confidence. We have a short presentation that will be done right now by Immaculate at Senior. Somebody is going to be coming forward at this time to speak about social vices. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward for this presentation. I'd like you to listen to their dimension of intellectualism, their level of deep thought, and of course, the wisdom that flows through their minds. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you. So you tell us your names and straight to your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alice Moses from Immaculate Senior High School.
And my name is Abato Falabum from Immaculate Senior High School.
You this boy, I've always warned you. I don't used to hear word. What is your problem? What is hard? What is hard? Shh. You want to cry? You want to cry? Come here. Come on, man up. Man up. So, are you not a man? You want to cry? You want to cry?
Please, can you stop doing that? Why are you outing him?
Stop what? What are you stopping?
Like, can't you see that he's crying?
What is he crying for? He's a man. He should man up.
Why does he need to man up? He also has emotions as well.
What emotion? What is emotion?
It's domestic violence.
Exactly.
Come on, come in.
What have your society been teaching you that you have to beat your brothers? This is an example of social vice. Social vice are those illegal or unacceptable behaviors which have been embedded on our societies and has also made us believe that these things are normal for us to perform in the society, which is totally wrong. Examples.
So, as you said, social vices are those things that are not that has become common and rapid in our society, which we need to curb, like rape and social and domestic violence.
And social vices are those things that we have seen as culture in our environment, in our society, beating up your junior ones, telling them to man up for what? You know, these are men, and there's a point in time that they will be vulnerable. You allow them to express their emotions so that it won't hurt their inner feeling.
Thank you.
And most of these things are domestic violence, embezzlement, corruption, rape, and other sexual harassments, as you can see around.
Thank you.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Yes. That was very brilliant. Can we put our hands together for Immaculate Heart Senior? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have another very beautiful presentation by Mende Senior High School. They have 3 minutes for this also. Please put your hands together for them. Can we have their representatives? Yes. Men have emotions too. Yes, and we cry when we have to. Yes. Please put your hands together for them. You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. Standing under all existing protocols, my name is Agbe Makinde Judola Demeji from Mende Senior High School.
My name is Alabi Abdullah Hakim from Mende Junior High School.
I'm in SS2A. He is in SS1D. 1D. And we are here to talk about social vices. What is social? When we're talking about social, we're talking about some things that happen in the society and also in its organization. What are vices? Vices are deviant behaviors. Example, embezzlement, fraud, examination malpractice, and so on. Speaking of social vices are deviant behaviors which causes harm to the society. It causes toxic behaviors to the society. Some of the substances that harm the society are examination malpractice. I would like to speak on examination malpractice. I know it happens mostly here. Examples, many of us in this place, they're taking part in it. But we have to stop it because it is a social vice and it can affect everyone in the school. My partner, please continue.
I would just like to add to what you have said. You talk about social vices, and rape and the likes are also examples of social vices. Rape is usually common. The men usually rape the women, but we don't say. I'm not saying men don't get raped, but usually the men rape the women because they have been encouraged to man up and behave like a man, take harmful substances, and be high. And it's normal to rape a woman and have sex with her anytime you want to do it. Thank you.
Well, when she says no, require that yes, no is no. Please, how many of us are members of King's Club here? King's Club. We've been taught in King's Club that anytime a girl says no or a woman says no, it is no. Don't force her. Rape, the consent has to be there. And if you force her and she goes to report, of course, yes, she will report. You will be in prison for 21 years. Some of the reasons that causes social violence is lack of parenting. When a parent does not actually take care of the child very well, a responsible parent does not take care of the child will go into social vices. Thank you.
Okay. Can we please put our hands together for them? Thank you very much. You know, that was a very brilliant presentation, and, you know, they talked about, one of the vices they talked about was examination malpractice. Just reminded me of when I was in secondary school, and, you know, exam malpractice was quite common then. And anytime anybody was caught, the person would be sent away. And those that actually engage in this are students that don't prepare for exams. You know, there are different categories of students. Now, there are some that are very confident that they're going to pass. And so when they enter the exam hall, they sit in front, right? If you try to copy them, you cannot see them to copy. If you ask them, they will not answer you. And by the time the result comes out, they will pass. They will have A's. Am I saying the truth? There are some other sets of students that their own is to arrange formation. Maybe you just enter the exam, or you just sit down here, you sit down here, you sit down here, you sit down here. That's exam malpractice. The way to solve the problem is simple. Just remove one person and the information is scattered. You know, just remove the person in the middle and that's all. You know. Another set of students are the ones that always they always cram to the exam hall. Now, if cramming works for you, okay, but I don't advise that you should do it. Some people, they don't read. It's like 2 hours to the exam. They will not cram everything. As they're entering the exam, name A, now is the name of any person, animal place or thing, now is the name of any person. Their biggest undoing is immediately you just say, hey, Baba Alpha, everything. Another set of students are those ones that always act very confident, you know. No, before then, another set of students are those ones that immediately they enter the exam or they just sit at the back. They know that they will not pass, right? So as soon as the exam starts, they just write 1 or 2 things. And 10 minutes after they start the exam, you just see the person going to submit. Everybody will say, Then the examination, then the vigilator will look at the script and ask, are you sure? When you start hearing things like, are you sure you are done? Know that you cannot pass. So. Now looks at it. Are you sure you are done? The guy will say, I know. Hope you know you will not pass this paper. You say, I know. The person will go away. But the worst of all are those that don't read at all. And they come into the exam hall with confidence. I'm sure they are not here. They are so determined when they enter the exam hall. By the time you just say, Baba Alpha, you don't read them. No. You think they know what they are doing. By the time they sit down, 10 minutes into the paper, you just start hearing something like this. I'm very sure they are not here. That is very wrong. They will be disturbing those that are serious. Maybe the person that they are not disturbing is trying to be magnanimous, which is also very wrong. The guy will say, what happened? What happened? The guy will say, I beg. Can you teach me? Teach you what? In the exam hall. And they are not even conservative about their request. Just say, teach me everything. You know, they just ask, and those people don't even read the instruction. They say, answer 3 out of 5. The guy will say, Say, You say, anyone, I beg. You now say, okay. You are trying to avoid the invigilator. You are trying to help the person. You now hear, what is a noun? The guy will say, What is a noun, Abi? You say, A noun. The guy will say, waiting you talk. Say, a noun, is, the. What did you say again? You guys say, a noun, is, the name, of any person, animal, place, or thing. The guy will now wait for 5 seconds. You know, I beg, can you help me spell a noun is the name? Ah! It is you that you are helping somebody. They will later say, oh yeah, that boy, stand up and get out of the exam hall. And guess what that cheat is going to do? He will look for another person and continue. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to believe we are raising wonderful students that will not cheat in any exam. If you are one of them, put your hands together for yourselves. Right now, we're about to have a goodwill message that will be delivered by one of our biggest supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, is a representative of Voice Global, Oxfam in Nigeria. Voice Global funds the Project Sabi initiative, and that is being implemented in Lagos, Enugu, and Abuja by Boys Quarters Africa and Connected Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the representative, Oxfam in Nigeria, Mr. Abdulaziz Musa. Please put your hands together for him. Put your hands together for him and make it resounding. Thank you very much for their support. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you very much for your love. Thank you very much for believing in this initiative. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. Not everybody's hearing me very well. I said if you can hear me, clap 2 times. Very well. It's so exciting to be here. I wasn't expecting, the energy that I'm seeing here in the room. But it's very encouraging. Last week I was in Bauchi to visit one of our programs, and I met with some of our community members that we work with. For those of us that are familiar with the North, in the North is predominantly Muslims, and our culture doesn't really encourage, men and women sitting together and all the other things that we don't allow women to do based on our culture. So we had an intervention that we call GALS, Gender Action Learning, basically trying to show them how, they can work together as a family to support each other, so that the man can also get help from the woman and vice versa. So when I went back after that, I met with a couple of the community members. I was asking them, okay, so from all the things that we are doing together, what are you really proud of? Because we do other things with them too. That was one of it. What they now said is, okay, the main thing that they're really proud of is that GALS, that gender action learning. I was very curious. I was, okay, that's interesting. Tell me more. He said now his wife owns a business because they've sat down together. They've discussed, okay, what are our problems as a family? How much are we getting? And what do we want? What are our priorities? And they decide based on that conversation that they've had, and they see things are progressing. In the past, what would normally happen is the man alone would sit down, and the woman, of course, has no say. It's whatever she gets, that she will work with. But now that they are having this discussion and they're making decisions together, the man is also seeing that, oh, okay, this is actually helping me. So, and in fact, he's a Fulani man, a very typical Fulani man in the village. I said, okay, so what do you call your wife? And he said he calls her sweetie. I said, oh, okay, that's interesting. And that he even he takes care of the child now, which is very unnormal, in the North, in that culture. So what I'm just trying to say is that for us boys, normally sometimes, the culture that the environment that we grow up in, normally influences our behaviors and our attitudes, growing up. But what I want you to understand is that no society, no community, no country develops if you leave half of the population behind. And that half of the population, maybe even more than half, are women. So how do you address poverty if you say, okay, you want to empower boys, and then you don't empower women? Isn't it? So I guess the importance of this type of event is to see us all as equals, to be able to give everybody that opportunity that he desires in life. but we're also recognizing that boys do need protection. If you go to areas like in Maiduguri and in the northeast where we're having the fight now, boys are going through lots of problems because they come, they steal them, and they force them to go into fights. So those are the kind of things that also boys go through. If you go to certain areas, also boys do not go to school. They'll say, okay, go and do business and become a businessman. Yes, we know it's about money and the end of it, about income, but you also need to have the knowledge, the education, because that is what defines us as a society. So like the first speaker said, this is a ripple effect. This is the beginning, the start of a journey. Many people are not in this room, but I'm happy that we have cameras in the room. But more importantly, we need to also go back and become advocates, champions within our little spaces. When we go to meet our friends, football field, discussions on the streets, we try to speak to them. We like to show them what we've learned here today. So it's not just a one-off event. This is a trigger. I would like to see that, as a result of this summit today, that we're beginning to change the narrative. We're beginning to change how boys and girls see each other, how we relate, how we as boys, understand what we need to do, what our roles are in the society, and how we also need to respect, women, how we need to recognize, their rights, isn't it? Not that we are a man, if you say you're a man, then you carry the whole wahala on your head, isn't it? That's why some of us, that we are trying to toast girls, because you're the man, you'll be left with the whole wahala on your head. And then even she, the babe, will allow you, okay, since you're the man, go and do it now. But we need to show that we are all partners in this progress, in this development that we're looking for, isn't it? All right, so on that note, I would like to encourage us all to be attentive, to contribute when we need to contribute. But like I said, more importantly is what we do after today, after this event. So let's all become champions and become true agents of change. There's a saying, one of my favorite saying that says, be the change that you want to see in the world. Thank you very much.
Can we put our hands together for Mr. Abdulaziz Musa, the representative of Voice Global Oxfam in Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are going to have our first keynote address. And this is going to be delivered by a distinguished personality, a man passionate about development, a man passionate about education. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senior Special Assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Education Intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, before it comes up, we are going to have a video citation, and then he will come up to give his keynote address. Please focus on the screen at this time as we await the arrival of our keynote speaker as he comes forward to speak. The video, please.
Fela Bank Olemo. Mr. Fela Bank Olemo is the Senior Special Assistant to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on Education Interventions. He is a strategist, entrepreneur, public speaker, leadership coach, history buff, and a Barcelona fan. Mr. Fela obtained his first degree in accounting at Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he holds a master's degree in business administration from the Business School Netherlands, BSN. In 1998, Mr. Fela kicked off his career as a graduate trainee at System Specs Limited and rose to become Senior Manager of International Sales before he resigned and co-founded Media Vision Limited in 2003. He led Media Vision as the Chief Executive Officer until 2015 when he assumed public office. Prior to his federal appointment, he was Special Advisor on Education to the former Governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Akinwumi Ambode, from 2015 to 2019, where he spearheaded the implementation of several human capacity development initiatives such as Ready Set Work, RSW, Code Lagos, Ekon Keko, Lagos is Learning, and many more. He's a member of the governing board of the National Senior Secondary Education Commission, NSSEC, a body established to set standards that would ensure effective teaching and learning at the senior secondary school level of our education system. Most recently, he was appointed by the National University Commission to the Advisory Group on ICT Competency Framework for Teachers, CTF. He's also a member of the recently inaugurated Technical Working Groups on National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy, NPRGS, a national strategy to reduce unemployment and lift 100 million Nigerians out of poverty by 2030. Mr. Fela is one of the founders of Neat Technologies Limited, a company committed to being at the forefront of creating technological innovations that connect people together. He is happily married with children and committed to faith, family, and development of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Boys Quarters Africa International Boy Child Summit 2022, Fela Bank Olemo.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Should I take off my jacket? Am I too... You like it? I should man up. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you very much. I want to say a big thank you for inviting me here today. It's, you know, sometimes it's always good to leave Abuja. I'm a Lagos boy through and through, but I've been in Abuja since 2019. You know, I remember when I was going to Abuja for the first time, I travel to Abuja regularly. But you know, when I was now moving to Abuja with my family, people told me that, Fela, you don't want to come back to Lagos. I said, I'm a Lagos boy, I can't do that. My wife has told me she's not coming back to Lagos with me, or that's when you finish in Abuja, you can go back to Lagos. Me, I'm staying in Abuja. You know, so maybe the lack of traffic and all that, but for Lagos, a Lagos boy like me, it's always good to be here. And I was only a Lagos boy. I attended Government College Lagos, a public school. So when I come to centers like this and I see programs like this, it excites me, you know, because I feel strongly that we need to get it right on our public school levels. I know it is critical that we do that. So I want to say a big thank you to the Boys Quarters Africa International for this summit. I'm excited, I'm happy to be here. And once again, please put your hands together for yourselves. I've been asking myself, how do I communicate? First of all, let me stand on the protocols already established and greet everybody here seated in front. Thank you for coming. I'm excited to be here, and I want to say thank you to all of you. So how do we start? Since I'm talking to young boys, all the young boys in the house, let me hear you say, am I old school? Okay, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Okay. The man-child. You know, I think one of the key things I like very much about this is that, you know, I've been one of those people complaining that we always talk about the girl child every time, the girl child, and I think we need to. But the question is, when you spend so much time and effort on the girl child, ultimately the girl child is going to marry the man child. Abi? So if you spend so much time on the girl child and she grows up to be a fantastic woman, and she ends up with a man that cannot manage her, he will limit her. So it is important that the same effort we're putting on, and we should, bringing up our girls, you know, giving them self-confidence, we need to also ensure we're not leaving the young man out of it. And that's why I'm excited to have young men here today. And I want to share with you, I think the best way to engage you is to share my experience. Because I can remember at some time, I was sitting where you were sitting here today, and people were talking to me. And I asked myself, what are the things that has helped me become the individual I am today? What are the mistakes I made? What can I learn from? What do I think is critical and you need as you go through your generation? Listen, I understand, 2 different generations. When I was growing up, TV started at 4 o'clock and ended at 7. 7 is news, so if you're lucky to watch news, after that you go to bed. There was no internet, So all I had was novels to read. So your generation is different, totally different from mine. But I think that the principles are the same. Are you with me? What did I say? The principles are the same. So regardless of whatever generation you grow up in, the principles to survive in that generation is the same. And I'm going to share with you some of the things I think will help you as you face your generation. But what challenges are you facing in your generation? Drug abuse. Am I right? Am I right? It's a major challenge. For young people, drug abuse. Peer pressure. Am I right? Very bad, right? Major challenges. Oh, social media. Am I right? How bad is it? Not very bad. Okay, if it's very bad, let me see your hands. Okay? If it's not bad, let me see your hand. Okay, so we'll come to that. I will show you something about social media that will catch your mind. But you see, there's a positive in social media, no doubt. But there's a negative. So what we want you to do is to embrace the positive, you know, and play down the negative. So we'll talk about that. Okay? Or one of the key things I know that you're facing and is challenging is weak family institutions. You know, growing up then, I remember, and I tell people, you know, I grew up in Surulere. You know, when you go out, it's not only your father and mother watches you, your neighbors watch you too. Your neighbors. So if you do anything wrong, your neighbors would have called your parents before you get home. But now, I mean, we live in societies and communities that we don't know ourselves. So you are safe in whatever you do. But that didn't happen when I was growing up. When I was growing up, listen, if you do anything wrong, they report it to your father, your mother, your auntie, your uncle, your nephew, your cousin. So they beat you 10 times. They beat you how many times? So your father beats you, your mom beats you, your uncle comes, Obafela Sheba, he beats you again. Your auntie comes, she pulls your hair. So you are caned by like 4, 5, 6 different people. So you're always careful not to do something wrong. Am I making sense? So that helped us grow. I had an uncle, he had a knack of only coming when I do something wrong. I don't understand how he does it. You know, there was no telephone in those days. So I've been a good boy for 3 months, and I make a mistake. That's the day he will come. I'm like, he will not come. You know, I've been good. I passed my exam. I did, but he won't come. The day I went to a party, I didn't do something wrong. You just hear it's on. Pum, 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 pum. I say, oh my God. So my father says, now goes over all I did against. For the next 2 hours, I'm on my knees. He's abusing me. He's knocking my head. I'm like, what? He will go again. I'll be good for 6 months. He won't come. The day I make a mistake again, it's as if my mistakes attracted him. It was a magnet. Are you with me? Okay, so, and one of the challenges you have is your need for instant phones. You see, one of our greatest challenges for this generation, as young boys, as you grow up, is wanting to make money without working. You see me today, and you like my suit. You want to wear my suit immediately. No, this is not the suit I started with. Hello? This is not the what? When I got my first job, I can never forget. I got back from school, I finished, I got my job, you know, and I was going to start work, I think, maybe a week after. So I went to meet my dad. I said, Daddy, you know, I've gotten a job. He said, that's good. I said, Daddy, I don't have any clothes to wear. He said, hey, I said, go and bring your clothes. So I brought all my clothes. I think I only had 2 shirts. He said, you wear these 2 shirts for the next month until you get your salary. He said, you wash it every day. I said, Daddy, but you can buy me. He said, no, I'm not buying any shirts. He said, the 3 shirts you have, you wash it when you come back, you wear it the next day. At the end of the month, you take your salary. I'm not sorry, the first salary, you give it to your parents. That's how we were brought up. Your first salary. My son, he's doing his IT. So, in one company in Abuja. So he got his first salary. I said, Dad, your first salary, call your grandfather, call your grandmother, call your grandparents, transfer some money into the account, let them pray for you. Then you give me my own, so I'll pray for you. And you know what I told my son? I don't know about parents here. You know, this is your generation. I'm very worried about you. You know, our generation take care of our parents. We see it as a duty. But your generation is different. So I've told my son, I said, listen, the money I've spent on you, I'm writing it down. I'm writing it down. Because after I've invested so much on you and you graduate and you get a good job, you're getting $50,000. We'll sit down together and agree. I spent X amount on you. You're not giving me money. You're just returning what I spent. He said, Daddy, your father didn't do that to you. I said, that's your father. That's my father. I'm your father. This is what I'm doing. You're going to pay back the money I've invested in you. So you won't say that you are giving me money. You're not giving me money. You are returning what you owe me. So I don't consider what I spent on an investment. I consider it a loan. You know why? Because I see your generation, I don't think you want to take care of you. But I'm worried about you. Are we together? Okay. But let me share with you, as young men, let me tell you 5 things I think you need to help you grow up. And I beg you, take this thing serious. 5 things I think will help you, as you go on your journey to become a young man, teenager, a young man, a father, What are these 5 things? 5 things I want you to look for. I'm sure that if you look for these things, it will help you. Listen to me. Listen, young men. Not all of you here will do well in life. Hello? Did you hear me? Listen, I know, and I say it again, and quote me anywhere. Not everybody here, all of you will do well in life. You know why? Because you are all going to make different decisions in life. So it's not about I pray, it is well, I lay hands, I lay legs. Nah, it's not that. It's the decisions you make on a daily basis. So not everybody will do well here. But guess what? You can determine that your story is going to be different. One of my best quotes, you are 100% responsible for the outcomes of your life. Did you get that? You are 100% responsible for what? The outcomes of your life. What you get in your life is you. It's not your father, it's not your mother, it's not your parents. Yes, they play a part, but you can change your story. So let me tell you 5 things I think you can do as a young man, as you grow, as you go through your journey of life. And your journey of life for everybody here is different. Different backgrounds, different parental setups, different support systems. But guess what? You can change your story based on these 5 things. Are you with me? Number 1, one thing you need to look for as you grow up is you need strong figures in your life. Strong figures. I'm not saying father figure. When I say strong figures, so for some it's a father, for some it's a mother, for some it's an uncle, for some it's a pastor, for some it's an imam, for some it's a neighbor. But you need to have strong figures in your life that stand as role models to you. They're going to help you in your journey of life. Let me tell you this. Let me share a personal story with you. When I got into Ife, as a young boy, I think I can't remember, 16 or so, 17, 16 or so. My first major challenge was that I was asked to come and join a cult. Young boy, got into school, had money in my pockets, feeling good in myself. For me, it was the first time I was leaving home. My father was very strong. I went to a primary school 5 minutes from the house so I could walk home. I went to a secondary school 10 minutes from the house so I could walk home. So when I wanted to get to university, my dad wanted me to go to Unilag. I said, no, I'm not going to Unilag. I want to go to Ife. I want somewhere. I want to leave the house. Still out there. So my first night in Ife, I can't forget. It was 12 midnight. I came out and said, God, I couldn't imagine standing outside at 12 midnight because you've been inside the house. So I walked out as Daddy, you are sleeping. Your son is walking the streets of Ife at 12 midnight. So that's my background. When I got to school, listen to me, strong figures. And for some it's their fathers, for some it's their grandfathers, for some it's their uncle, for some it's their mother, their auntie, for some it's a pastor, for some it could be an imam. But you need people in your life that are strong figures. For me at that time, it was my grandfather. Because I grew up with him, and he always shared his stories with me, political stories. So when they came to me to join a cult, listen, they were putting so much pressure on me. You know what stopped me from joining? It was a thought that if I joined and they caught me, as I'm sure they would have caught me because I would have done it extra, and they kicked me out of school, I was so sure that that story would kill my grandfather. And that they would say, you were the one that killed your father, your grandfather. That's what stopped me from joining. Nothing else. It was that figure, that picture of him that was my restraint. And listen, I know your generation is tackling with a lot of cults. Listen, say no to cults, say no to gangs. They will destroy your life. There's nothing good for you there. Ultimately, it takes you on a path that will destroy your life. So that's what made me say no. So for you, listen. I know you, regardless of your background, rich, poor, average, it doesn't matter. Where you start doesn't really matter. It's where you are going to, you should focus on. But you must have strong figures in your life. So search for those figures now. Is it your mom, single parent, your mother? Then that's a strong figure. Listen. Learn. It could be somebody else, your neighbor. Listen, learn. You know, I like saying this. I grew up in two families because my father and mother didn't get married. So because they didn't get married, I had my father, my family, the Bank Olemo family, where it was very structured. It was like a military regime. You wake up, you walk, you go to school, you come back, you read. Oh, God. But my mom's family was fun. On holidays, you go there, you can sleep when you like, you can go to party. So I always preferred. So holidays, I go there. When I'm going back home, I'm crying. I didn't like it. But when I look back now, what saved me was the structure. That structure. Yeah, that was fun. So if you want to go far in life, you need strong figures. And what strong figures do is to kind of put a structure around you. The things you should do, the things you should not do. The things you say yes to and the things you say no to. Listen to me. Listen to me, young man. Everybody knows who is going somewhere, even now. Amongst yourself in your class, if they ask you, who do you think will do well in life? You know now, you know. Why? Because of the things they are doing now. Are you with me? So you need to cultivate. If you don't have one now, look for strong figures in your life. People that will help you, show you the kind of picture you want in your life. And when you want to make key decisions, they help you. Are we together? Number what? Number 2. Oh, I like this one. One of the things you must do as you grow up is to take responsibility. What did I say? I can't hear you. You see, and what am I trying to say? If you are a young man today and you're at home, you don't do any household chores. You don't do anything at home. You don't sweep, something is wrong somewhere. You're not learning the art of being responsible. Listen, when I was growing up, my family house was in some Body Thomas, 39 Body Thomas. So I used to wake up in the morning, I had to wash the gutter. I grew up in and because my father would pass that place when he's going to work, you had to wash it. Now, guess what? I didn't want my friends to see me washing gutter in the morning. So I used to wake up extremely early to wash the gutter first before coming to do other chores at home. But I know how to do it. You just have to do it. There must be something you are responsible for as you are growing up. If it's to sweep, if it's to wash, you must do something. When I was growing up, Saturdays was chores day. You work from morning till afternoon because you sweep, you wash. It's a must. But I used to like watching football. So in those days, the 90s, the Super Eagles, not this Super Eagles though, not this one though. Not this one though. The real what? Not this one, not this one, no, this one are Eagles. Super Eagles, Yekini, Omokachi, Keshi, Benedict Tiroa, JJ Okocha, Finidi George, Imela. Those are the Super Eagles, not these ones. These ones are what? What did I say? Eagles. Those ones are what? So I used to go and watch the Super Eagles in National Stadium. Now, the matches of the Super Eagles was 4 o'clock on Saturday, 4 o'clock. But for you to enter the stadium, you must be there by 8. So if I wanted to go and watch football, and I had household chores to do the whole day, it meant that, you see, it's not that because you can't go and ask your father you want to go and watch football when you've not done your work. So it meant that, uncle, you don't sleep on Friday to finish all the chores, or you wake up very early to do it. Because if you don't do it, you don't have the mouth to go and meet them and say, I want to go. Go where? So recently, my daughter, you know, this generation, use different style. I've tried one style. They just don't want to wake up and work on Saturday. So I told her, I said, Angela, I said, you know what? I said, from now on, I know you like going out to your friends' parties, no problem. I said, if you don't do your household chores, don't come and ask me. I didn't tell you not to go. You are the one that doesn't want to go. Because if you want to go, you would have done A, B, C, D, E before coming to meet me. So I said, for example, cooking in the kitchen, she doesn't like, she wants to be, you know, I said, if you cannot cook, if you cannot do this, I said, don't come and ever ask me that, Daddy, my friend is doing, because I'll ask you, have you done? That was the best magic. No more problems. I saw her in the kitchen every time. I said, no wonder. I tried different things. It didn't work. But this one worked. Listen to me. You can't be growing up without responsibility. Because life is about responsibility. Am I making sense? So you must ensure, listen, you must what? Ensure if they don't give you, go and give yourself. You're not doing it for anybody, you are doing it for yourself. Are we together? Put your hands together for yourselves. Number what? Accountability. As you grow up, you must ensure that you are accountable. And accountability for me speaks to the friends you are moving with. The friends you have. The people you have around you. Listen to me, listen to me. If you have 5 foolish friends, you'll become the 6th one. It's not, there's no need for us to discuss it. You will become the what? If you have 5 sharp friends, you become the 6th sharp person. It's normal. He that walks with the wise will be wise, but the companion of fools will be destroyed. If you want to know if you're going to go far in life, check your friends now. So all of you here, do a quick mental check in your head. I can tell you how far you're going to go in life with the kind of friends you have with you now. Not tomorrow, now. If your friends are, they like cult guys, drugs, I can tell you your future in the next 5 years. If you don't take a quick turnaround. So check your friends. Check your companions. Who is your best friend? Who is your tightest pal? Who do you spend your most time with? You know, even for us, as we grow, I evaluate my friendship every year. I've come to learn, there's a very close friend of mine that we were friends since my university days. We just cut the relationship because I've come to learn that not all relationships for the lifetime. Yeah, we have friendship for phases of our life. So there's some friends that you have for secondary school, some for university, some for work, but very few people are privileged that they'll be friends with you throughout your life. But listen to me. Young men, if you want to grow up to have a life of impact, check your friends now. Friendship is not by force, it's by choice. You can be my friend, why I'm not your own friend. I have many people that say I'm your friend, but in my mind, you're not my friend, though. We're acquaintances. I know, but I won't tell you. So for you, listen to me. Check your friends. Check the friends you have now. Are they going places? Does he have a dream, a vision? What is he looking at? If you don't have good friends, you're not going to go far. You're not going to go far. Are you with me? Number what? If you want to make things happen in your life as you grow up, one of the key things you must learn to do, right, is not to compare yourself with others. Do I have that picture? Can you show me those pictures, please? Quickly, I have 2 pictures I saw I want to share with you. Have you seen this picture before? I'm sure you've seen it on social media. Show the picture now. Okay, fantastic. Look at this one. Can you imagine if you want depression, the depression, and you see this picture, what will you say? Ah, told you along, boy, see fire. Ah, well, look at my life. And you'll be killing yourself in your house. Look at the real picture. The day I saw this picture, you know, and I said to myself, that is what social media is doing to our generation. Some boys will be depressed with this one. Okay, man, look at this guy, man. Look at, he's chilling, man. Somewhere in, look at the boy. So imagine, listen. Stay with me. There's another one, wait. Imagine if you were comparing yourself with this guy. Second picture, please. See this picture? You think she's in a private jet. Look at where she is. It's a house. Normal house. But if you see this picture, always say, man, private jet. God, one more year. But look at, it's a house. She wants to give you depression. So you see that picture and you kill yourself. Number 4, don't compare yourself with others as you grow up. Let me tell you the story, and that story has helped me in my life. Because listen, what I'm sharing with you is also for us. See life as the Olympics. How many of us know the Olympics? Olympics, the beauty of the Olympics is different sports, am I right? So, football. Some people play football. Some people do what? Tennis, volleyball, basketball, gymnastics, handball. Different events, am I right? What? Any events here? Remind me. Baseball, athletics, hockey, all sports. What do they get at the end of the event? Gold medal. Abi? Whatever event you do, what do they give all of you? Gold medal. If you win, gold. If you do football and you win, what do they give you? Gold. If you do boxing and you win, what do they give you? If you do swimming and what do they give you? Different events. That's the life we live. We're all going to the Olympics. Different competitions, different events, different rules. Different rules. So imagine, listen to me, imagine my event is boxing. And I'm training for boxing. You know, my training regime will be different from the person that is doing athletics. Can you imagine me now envying the guy doing athletics? Watching train. And I now start training like the guy doing athletics when my event is boxing. What will happen? You have going to fail. That's why he that compares himself with another person, he's not wise. Let me share a personal experience with you. When I started my business, things were extremely tough. So I had 2 kids, my son and my daughter. I had 2 kids then. And I recall that I couldn't afford to buy them clothes. I couldn't, because I just started my business. So things were tough. So we're just managing. But because I have a very strong family support system, my mom is in America, my dad was in America, my siblings, so a lot of people were sending us things. So my kids were dressing very well. But I didn't buy it. I couldn't buy it. To take it to another level, my wife's cousin had kids that were just 1 year older than my kids. And they were boy, girl. So this was 10, there was 12 or so. So he called and said, Jumoke, if you don't mind, my kids have so many clothes. Can we send them down? I said, should I come and collect it myself? I didn't say that. I didn't give a damn. I didn't care. So my kids were always dressing. Can you imagine if we're in the same church? You are now looking at my kids. Look at Fela's children. Look at how much you must be spending on their clothes. You now start saying, let's match. You will just kill yourself. I did not spend. It took maybe the first 10 years of my marriage. I couldn't buy anything for my kids because my business. That is why, when I had that understanding, And I know some people that felt that because some was in church, look at the way fellas kids are dressing. You must spend all his money on their clothes. I just laughed. As if only you knew that 1 naira of my money is not there. It's passed down. So listen to me. Don't kill yourself. Don't compare yourself with different events, different time to do well in life. Keep that in your mind. Listen, some events, they finish in 2 days. They get their gold medal. Some events is 1 week. They get gold medal. Some is different. But keep your eye on the medal. Do not compare yourself with somebody else. Different race. Different race. Keep that in mind. Listen, and let me just stress this. Whether you come from a poor background or rich background, it doesn't matter. Life has a way of equalizing these things with time. It's the principles that matter. You know, I mean, a lot of you are very young here. Where are the children of the rich men of 50 years ago? Where are they today? Where are they? We don't know them again. Every generation will bring out, listen. You know what my greatest challenge is? As for this generation, I tell my son, I said, you need to be hungry. You are too comfortable. Let me share this with you. Some time ago, you know, you woke up in the house and he was frowning. You know, those young boys, just frowning. I told his mother, I said, why is this boy frowning? He said, no, I should leave him. You know, that generation. I said, what generation? I said, so I now called him. I said, young man, can we have a discussion? I said, please sit down. I said, can you explain to me why you think you have the right to frown in my house? He said, what do you mean, Daddy? You know, I said, no. I said, I need you to explain to me if you think you have the right to frown in this house. I said, what do you mean? Okay. I said, let me tell you why I think you have no right to frown. He said, why? I said, one, you've been going to school all your life. They have never driven you back from school one day that they've not paid your school fees. I said, two, I have been taking you to school every day. Driver drops you, driver brings you back. I have never forgotten you in school one day. I say, oh, sorry, I forgot you in school. I say, it never happens. I say, when you sleep, they take light, inverter comes on. If inverter is tired, we put on gen. You wake up in your room, you put up water heater, you go and bath. Monique, please, can you explain to me, with all this in the house, internet, DSTV, I said, if you can explain to me why you think you have the reason to frown, then we can take it from there. So you see, listen, people that grow up like that are not as hungry as some people. There's no hunger in their belly. That is why, if you look for the rich men's children of 50 years ago, you can't find them. You know why? There is no hunger. The next billionaires are here. They're here. They're here. You know why? Hunger. Don't lose it. Don't lose that hunger, that passion. Don't compare yourself. Focus on your race. Put your hands together for yourself. And number 5, as you grow up, I'm talking to the young man here today, avoid get-rich-quick schemes. It does not work. Let me share this with you. I've been, you know, maybe because I've always been very lucky. None of those schemes have ever caught me. Never. It can't catch me. Maybe because I'm not, I don't know. Again, maybe because at the different times, in the 90s, when the first get-rich scheme came, I didn't have money to invest. So maybe that's why it didn't catch me. You know, so when people were saying, put money here, they will give you this. Maybe I would have done, but I didn't have the money. So I was saying, that's not true. So when everything crashed, I said, Listen, you want to make money? You work hard. Yahoo, they will catch you, they will send you to prison, they will kill you, they will shoot you. It's true. They will catch you. If they don't catch you, somebody will shoot you. If they don't shoot you, your friend will kill you. It can get you. You can't have more than 2-3 years of small money. In the end, Yahoo Yahoo, they will catch you. I saw in newspapers recently, Yahoo Yahoo Academy. Have you heard about that one? It's an academy for Yahoo Yahoo. You saw it, like God. Listen to me. Yahoo Yahoo is get rich quick scheme. It can get you nowhere. You want to make money? Work hard and work smart. The richest guys around, they work hard. They took time. I tell people, my business, when I started my business, I was in my 20s. And like I told you, I said for 10 years, business, I couldn't buy clothes for my children. It doesn't mean the same gestation period for different people. But I'm trying to tell you that there's always a process in life. If anybody tells you that you can blow just like that, if it happens, you need, oh God, the skills to maintain the blow. You won't have it. You blow today, you are hungry tomorrow. Because you don't learn the skills. Work hard. Pay the price. You must be willing to pay the price for success. You know what I tell people? I say you're going to pay one price. The price for success or the price for failure. Choose the one you're going to pay. But you're paying one. It's either you pay the price for success or you pay the price for failure. But you are going to pay one price. Are you with me? So young men, avoid get-rich-quick schemes. To achieve long and lasting success, you have to work hard and work smart. Never be scared of hard work. It can't kill. Run away from friends that don't like hard work. Be committed to working hard. You know, when I tell people, and you come and meet me, you don't have anything to do, I always find it difficult. I said, have you tried Washman? What do you mean you have nothing to do? There are people, I can't stand people that want to ask me for money and want to tell me how to give you the money. It's my money now. I said, okay, you know what? I need somebody to help me wash my clothes. You say, no, I can't do that one, but give me money. Okay, sorry. Wash. So, there is no hard work that will not bring results in the end. It's where you start. Where you start doesn't matter. It's where you end, where you are going. Are you with me? So work hard. Run away from get-rich-quick schemes. Let me leave you with this. One of the things I tell myself a lot, and I tell my son and my daughters, is that, you see, life will always give you excuses. Life will always create excuses for you. It's up to you to tell yourself that I will not accept these excuses. So for you, it could be that, oh, your family is poor. Oh, your father died when you were young. Oh, your mother did not send you to the right school. But guess what? There is always the story of somebody that was worse than you and turned things around. So there is no excuse you want to give. We can give you somebody that went through that same thing, or even worse, and turned it around. Are you with me? So remember, I say that the height of a building is determined by what? By the depth of its foundation. One of the things I want to beg each and every one of you not to do not build a bungalow foundation on your life. Because later in life, you might want to put a skyscraper, and the foundation you build will limit you. So right now, build a skyscraper foundation on your life. Even if you cannot build, if all you can build now is a bungalow, put the bungalow there. By the time you're ready for the skyscraper, you go up. So please, go to school, read, make good friends, build good relationship, pick up the right habits now. The right habits now. Pick up those things. And as you do so, you prepare yourself for a fantastic life. And one of my quotes, I said, remember, you have only one life to live. Make it count. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and God bless you.
Wow! Wow. Were you motivated? Were you inspired? Please put your hands together for our keynote speaker, Mr. Fela Bank Olemo. Thank you very much, sir, for speaking directly from your heart. You spoke to everybody here, both the boys, the participants, everybody. Yes, and we all were inspired by that. You know, you came with perspectives that are very real and realistic. And I'm very sure we all drew loads of insights from his wealth of knowledge. Can we please put our hands together for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. While he was speaking, we had some very distinguished personalities walk into this hall, and I'd like to specially recognize them. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the representative of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Williams. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma, for coming. We recognize and appreciate you. Thank you. Also to be recognized, ladies and gentlemen, is the representative of the Commissioner for Youth and Social Development. Please put your hands together for Mrs. Caroline Inegbedion. Please put your hands together for her. Thank you very much. Also to be recognized, ladies and gentlemen, is the Chief Executive Director, Connected Development. Please make some noise for Mr. Hamzat Lawal. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you. We also have in our midst very, very wonderful personalities here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pastor of Kings. Please put your hands, the pastors of Kings. Please put your hands together for Pastor Dami Oluwatoyinbo and Pastor Toju Oluwatoyinbo. Can we celebrate them? Thank you very much. We celebrate you specially. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we are about to have a panel session. But I want to be sure that the boys are still here. If the boys are still here, can you make some noise? Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have this panel session, and this segment is going to be facilitated by Shayo Oyelami. Shayo Oyelami is a gender-based violence expert and professional. Please put your hands together for Shayo as she comes forward. Okay. Okay. Just before we have the panel session, we are going to have spoken words. Ladies and gentlemen, immediately after the spoken words, then we are going to have the panel session. We have a spoken words expert in the house that his words perpetually inspire people. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite and welcome Solar Speaks. Please put your hands together for him.
I'd like you to put your hands together for yourselves, beautiful boys in the house. I'd actually like you to look to your neighbor, a friend, or someone you've never seen before. Of course, you're all in the same schools. Look to somebody you've not really spoken to before and tell them you are lucky. Okay, I understand, but it's actually for the boys. I said this to say that you are the blessed generation. I understand there are distractions around you. There are so many things to catch your attention. But if we had sessions like this while I was in school, or maybe the kind of school I went to do, if we had sessions like this while I was in school, I know that I will be pretty much better than I am today. And so I'm saying that if you are here today, you are the few privileged. Put your hands together for yourselves, please. Thank you. Standing on the existing protocol, I'd like to say a very good morning, this is still morning, to the distinguished ladies and gentlemen in the house. I mean, I can literally mention all of the names here, starting from the board, Ms. Dr. Ruby, so to say, it's so nice to see you again, ma. I think we should celebrate the convener of this event here, in the person of Mr. Solomon Aidele himself. We celebrate you, sir. We celebrate you, sir, Mr. Hamzat. I celebrate every single person, Gaze Baba, Pastor, sir, celebrate you, sir. It's so good to have you this morning. And every other person here, I really cannot mention names, all of the names, Halima and everyone. I'm a spoken word poet, and I just need you to pay attention to this. Tell your neighbor, shh. I'll be telling you a story, something I would say that I broke from my body. It's a personal story, and I need to pay attention because you probably have experienced it too, and there's a way to it. So listen, and it will help you. So my dad once reported to my pastor, this boy is a bastard. Now, he was not surprised because, of course, he knew the son of whom I was. I was there in a poorly lit corner of our 4-bedroom flat living room, hands trembling and eyes teary, resembling a poor lost puppies, popping out of my socket as I watched this man, who had once wooed my mom into muting other men, marrying him and making babies with him. I watched this man try to pull the hair out of my mom's head, hands on her breath, making her heads into dreads. I dread this moment when I pulled that grip and pushed him to the wall, hoping that my mom would have the smallest of strength to catch her breath back into her lungs. See, if saving your mom's life from the hands of death is what it means to be a bastard, then I think I want my kids to be called sons of a bastard too. 2 weeks earlier, 16th of September 2017, I turned 18. Got chocolates and cupcakes, a short love poem, and a beautiful post I got from my girlfriend. The fight was cool. Please help with the distractions. 2 weeks earlier, I got chocolate and cupcakes, a short love poem from the girl I called my crush in school. The feeling was cool. But that night, I didn't want to close my eyes to sleep because deep within, I was scared of waking up into the first day of being a man. I was scared of turning 18. I was scared that the girl who invited me to feast with her family on Friday night would someday have her face facing my feast. I was scared that the girl who crushed on me would someday be crushed by me, leaning on crutches rather than leaning on me. I was scared that we will move from cracking ribs to breaking our bones. I was scared that the first step to becoming a monster is becoming a man. Or the first step to becoming a man is becoming a monster. All the blood-sucking beasts around me had beards, and I was already growing a mustache. I was scared that the bigger your body becomes, the smaller your heart becomes, because you can't take the innocence of a boy into the adolescence of a man. I am innocent, but I am my father's son, and I know the tendency of genetic sickness, so please forgive my weakness. I know someday my dad would see this poem and turn to the next man aside to say, this boy is a bastard. But wherever you are, Dad, I'd like you to know that I love you and I forgive you. Not for the bad things you did, no, or for the good things you couldn't do. Dad, 27th of January 2002, you had just returned from the state's capital with money and food. My mommy was there in the kitchen frying the chicken you had brought, and we were gisting with the men on TV when we heard boom and another boom, boom. Moments after then, I found my small hands locked in the safety of your grip. My brother was balanced on your back. We were running. Fire was falling from behind. I was calling on my mommy. We were running. Fire falling from behind. I was falling in love with you, Dad. Because the same hands that formed the fist against my mom's face came back to form the grips that kept our son safe. Dad, I forgive you. Not for the bad things you did, no, but for the good things you couldn't do. Dad, last summer, somehow, I found a passport of my mom in her 30s. She was beautiful, brilliant, and the boss lady kind of bold, and you must have been some God-fearing, good-looking, gorgeous guy to have won her heart to a date. So something must have changed your date. Maybe you're not much of a monster. Maybe you're a man kind of star, but the world has taught you never to shine out loud, so you choose to shine in instead. They say it is weakness to shine your teeth, so you choose to shine your eyes instead. But Dad, These symptoms don't look good on you. This is not your sickness. I have tasted from your cup of love that you are sweetness. The heavens bear me witness. For goodness sake, you paid so much as a bride price. Why should you pay more attention to the world when they try to teach you how to love your wife, how to live your life, Dad? I know right now I sound like a 4-year-old boy trying to teach his dad 3 ways to make babies. But I know now, though, 2 ways to make babies. But I know 1 way to make a difference. It is to be different from the world. The world says a man is never allowed to cry in public, except he does it calmly. And no matter how hot you feel, you need help. Just stay cool and collected. That's exactly how to be manly. But sadly, or gladly, even Jesus wept. Even Jesus swept his father's house clean. So explain me how my sister has to be the sweeper and the husband-to-be only has to learn how to sweep her off of her feet. Explain me these things. A man remains the breadwinner of the house, yes. But how does the woman owning the bakery make him a loser? I don't get these things. You see, last Sunday, my dad backed my baby sis to fellowship and the world went like, maybe he's caring. But if he just do it next Sunday, the world begins his staring. From the man on the ceiling to the woman on the steering. And it's scary how a man is allowed to carry the whole world on his shoulders. And they call him strong. But when he chooses to carry his own little daughter, they call him wrong or weak or soft. Or we need more soft places to use our strength in carrying our daughters, in feeding our sons, in wiping our tears. I'm tired of tears and blood, tired of wiping my mom cuts and blood like the woman with the issue of blood. I'll leave you with this word. If we do not allow our boys shed tears when the need be, they would grow into blood-sucking beasts, shedding blood. Believe me. I know someday my dad would see this poem and turn to the next man aside to say, this boy. Thank you very much. Amsola Speaks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was brilliant. Put your hands together for him. Now, one thing I learned about spoken words is that when the words hit you, right, instead of clapping, you do this. So can you quickly do this with your two, yeah, can you do that? Yes, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's it. Thank you very much. Can we put our hands together for Sola Speaks? Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, that was brilliant, and I'm very sure we learned a lot from everything that he has said. Yes, as men, we have to be responsible. We have to, direct our emotions towards the right direction, and we have to ensure that we build a better society so that everybody can live in peace and harmony. Thank you very much. Right now, we're about to have a panel session that is about to start right now. And we're very privileged to have in our midst the facilitator of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a gender-based violence expert and professional. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shayo Oyelami as she comes forward at this time. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Also to join us here this morning is a gender advocate and internationally recognized activist. Ladies and gentlemen, she's the founder of Life After Abuse Foundation. Please put your hands together for Halima Layeni. Come, please put our hands together for her. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Also to be invited, ladies and gentlemen, is Barrister Taiwo Akinlami, who is well represented by Olaonikbekun Kazim, a business development professional, social development practitioner, and over 10 years experience with focus on business development, child protection, and teenage career development. Please put your hands together for Olaonikbekun Kazim as he comes forward representing Barrister Taiwo Akinlami. Thank you so much. Thank you. Also to join us, ladies and gentlemen, is the Executive Secretary, Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, Mrs. Titilola Vaivo Adeniyi, who is well represented by Mr. Henry Okafor, an experienced social worker, data analyst, and child protection officer at the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Henry Okafor. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion is about to start, and I leave you with our facilitator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Damola. You're welcome, everyone, to this beautiful International Boy-Child Summit 2022, organized by Boys Quarter Africa. You can clap if you want to. I would like to welcome all the special guests, all the panelists, and indeed every single one, especially the boys. We are here for you today, so clap for yourselves. All right, so my full name is actually Feishayo Oyelami. I'm a gender and sexuality expert, currently running my PhD program in gender studies at the University of Ibadan. Thank you. So I would like to quickly speak to our panelists. I want you to introduce yourself, just 1 minute or 30 seconds each, what you do so that we can kick off, so people can connect with what you're already doing.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Halima Layani. I am the founder and executive director of the Life After Abuse Foundation, and we are currently running a campaign to mentor, counsel, and provide psychosocial support for boys and men across Africa.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, boys. I'd like to stand on all existing protocols. My name is Olaonikbeku Kazim. I'm a teenage career development expert. I'm also a child protection expert. Basically, I work with teenagers to provide exposure, mentorship, and internship opportunities for teenagers, especially teenagers in public secondary school. I also serve as a mentor for the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Henry Okafor. I'm a social worker and a mediator and also the supervisor for the Virtual Referral Response Service at the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so before we start this panel, I want to quickly tell the panelists some things about Boys Quarter Africa, the flagship project called Project Sabi. We are going to be talking to it. This is a panel session on sexual and gender-based violence. And Project Sabi is an initiative that is aimed at mobilizing men and boys to become allies towards ending gender-based violence. So I'd like to say a few things before I start the question. So when a girl or a woman is given advice about rape prevention, you hear things like she shouldn't wear what she was wearing, she should not let her drink out of sight, she should not walk alone at night, she should not speak to a man, and things like that. And we find out that more girls are prepared. More of what their parents tell them is preventive measures, right? And then we found out that more parents are, talking to their girls more than they are talking to the boys. And so we just want to speak to it. I hope you got that right. So I'll move straight to the questions. But before I start asking the questions, I really want to tell the boys, are you listening? We are here for you, right? So when they are speaking and you have a question, make sure you pass it to the ushers so that they can bring it here. We need to answer your questions. And I want to quickly tell the panelists also to use simple English. We're talking to the boys. We don't have to impress, Boys and men, I want to start from here. Boys and men do experience abuse too.
What can be done to help boys experiencing violence? That question will go to our, sir, that question goes to you because you are a supervisor at the Domestic Violence Center. So boys and men do experience abuse too. I'm sure you have received few calls from boys. And so what do you do to help boys experiencing violence?
Thank you very much. Basically, at the Virtual Referral Response Service, we've received, so far since January last year, we've received almost 872 calls from boys.
From boys?
Men. Let's just put it male callers.
Yes, from men and boys.
Yes, men and boys. We even have calls from some of the schools I can see here, and because of confidentiality, I wouldn't want to disclose much.
We understand that.
Yes, so basically, we do what we call case management process. It's the same thing you do when you come to the office to report.
How can they understand case management process?
Okay, case management process is more or less like the process of handling what your reports. Okay, you're reporting a case of an abuse, child abuse. Oh, my mom and dad, they're fighting. In fact, even 2 a.m. in the morning, they call in, we get calls like that. And then what we do is we take down the details that we need. If we can take the phone number of the parents involved, and then we escalate to RRS. So either one of us or me go with the RRS to rescue the parents involved.
And RRS is Rapid
Response Service.
Yeah.
RRS, Rapid Response Service. They're always everywhere.
Or squad?
Squad, I mean.
Yeah.
They're everywhere. They're everywhere. And then we deploy the closest to that particular location. And it's very close to the office where I am. I can drive down, or I use one of the danger squad vehicles to get there as well. Just to provide some form of calm in the home, and then we extract, if possible, if need be, we extract the child.
Children.
Yes, or the children.
Do we, as a follow-up question, do we have welfare services for children?
Yes, we do. We do. We work with the Lagos State Ministry of Youth and Social Development, that's the Child Protection Unit, to provide shelter temporary shelter for children. We have 2 juvenile welfare centers in Lagos State. We have one at Alakara and one at Adeniji, Adele. So also we have shelter homes for women and very, very young children. We know we can't separate both of them from
their mom.
Yeah, from their mom. So what we do is keep them in the shelter pending the time we resolve the case, and they see a psychologist or a family therapist that will work on both the parent and the child, because the child has been exposed to the abuse. So you can imagine a child has been seeing his father,
hit his mother.
Hit his mom. The person definitely will become a violent person in the future.
I like the angle you are saying that from, because a lot of people think that boys that are being abused were directly abused. Sometimes they see the abuse and they are abused already. They see that abuse. And
yes, we learn more. Children learn more by imitation. The cognitive theory says that we learn more. And I was once a child. So
we were all once
exactly.
children.
So I know how fast it was for me to learn by imitation, rather than watch you tell me.
Thank you for that. Yeah. I want the boys to listen carefully to what he said and what he's going to still say. And before you leave here, you're going to give us the number. They will save it on their phones or write it down somewhere. There are numbers to call at every point in time where you feel that you are being abused or you are in a state where you need help. All right, so I would ask the second question, and that goes to you, ma'am. According to data, and I'm talking United Nations data, the majority of victims of violence are female. And the majority of perpetrators of violence are boys and men. So the question is in 2 parts. The first one, what can boys do? Because there are a lot of boys here. What can boys do to help girls experiencing gender violence? And then how can these perpetrators be stopped? Because there is a part of helping the girls, and then there's a part of confronting the perpetrators who are of your gender in this case of the question. So.
Thank you for your question. I would like to address the very first one.
Okay.
I usually tell people that the reason why we believe that. Okay. The reason why we think that violence is more prevalent among women and girls is because for men and boys it's mostly underreported, and that's because of the silence culture that we see all around us. Yes, I know that things are changing now and people are beginning to be more receptive to boys and men's stories, but with my work with men, we've worked with over 6,000 boys and men. We've come to realize that violence is very prevalent among boys and among men. And when you say violence, as a child, as a boy child, I mean, I know that everybody, we're here to promote the, express your cry, express your emotions thing, and I mean, people that have come before us have done justice to the topic. But we also need to understand that boys go through lots of trauma that they do not talk about because of the silence culture. And some of them are, verbal abuse from parents. The most prevalent is physical abuse, especially, among low-income homes. We have fathers who actually physically abuse their boys, like physically, like is really, really bad. And then we also have the case of, yes, they inflict pain. And we also have the case of sexual abuse, like you just mentioned. And I think that these issues need to be brought to the spotlight. Because I'm of the opinion that we shouldn't just encourage boys to cry. We should try to find out what is causing the pain so that we do not miss it the way we missed it with girls. So we should try to understand the trauma that boys and men go through. Now, we should profile solutions to it so that we don't have to keep going on and on about, express yourself, cry. What are the things that are causing these things?
But what are the solutions? Because really, you go to a lot of events and people just speak. I can't count how many events I have been to. I remember during International Women's Day, there were several events every single day. Sometimes we attend 2 events in one day. And you're asking yourself, what are the action points from these events? What are we going to take home and do from these events? If we say that boys should express themselves and we should now start looking at what they are going through, what are the systems that we are putting in place? You can highlight some of the work you do in your organization. What are the systems put in place to enable these men to come in, open up, and then you can draw that line to where it started from, what's the trauma and all that?
So unfortunately, we really do not have so many social support centers all around Africa that attend to the mental health need of boys and men, which is why, Solomon is doing like an amazing job, trying to promote these things. Now, what we basically do, again, like there are really no centers, all NGOs are pretty much about, ensuring that the girl child gets psychosocial support. And I believe that the most sustainable way to actually end gender-based violence is actually to
bring in the boys.
Focus on the boys basically. Attend to their trauma, mentor them, counsel them, provide psychosocial support. So I'm excited that we have a lot of representatives from the government today. So, and I'm happy that we're having this conversation so that we can begin so that we can begin to create systems and structures that allows boys. Currently, we still do not have a helpline where boys can actually just call in. Like Henry said that most of the calls that he gets is always from boys reporting their parents. But how about when a boy has been abused, or if a boy is going through physical abuse, who does he go to? Who does he call? So currently, we still do not have a helpline that attends to the needs of boys. So I think that first things first, we need to create a physical system where boys can actually reach out to the government. We need more NGOs to do more work. LAF does pretty much, therapeutic sessions for men,
I want you
boys.
to talk to that. What do you do now?
Okay, so currently, the latest project that we worked on was anger management for men, which was when the domestic violence thing was like a thing. So we set up a class for anger management. And trust me, people would always say that boys, men are not comfortable, breaking the silence, talking about their issues. But we have come to realize that if you create a safe space for men, I mean, we set up this Google form where we asked questions. I mean, obviously, we didn't come out to say, okay, just tell us your story. No, it was just a yes or no question. We set up the form. It was strategic. And trust me, we had men coming out to say, I'm struggling with masturbation. I'm struggling with pornography. I'm struggling with anger. I'm struggling with all this, like men, like real men that people think do not speak up. Coming out to say all these things.
I understand that. Thank you. The next question will go to you, sir. Speaking up, either in defense of victims or in reacting to being abused, how can boys speak up? They are here, they are listening to you. How can they speak up?
Okay, thank you very much. I like the fact that this question, answering this question, is pretty much directed to the boys.
We are here for them.
With my work with Domestic and Sexual Response Agency, we've been working basically with boys since last year, for a period of 6 weeks. And one of the conversations we've always had is how to respond to situations and then how to speak up or how to talk about those things. And we've talked before then about the fact that boys do not want to talk. They do not want to say the things that concerns them. I think the first thing to put into consideration is when they report, who they are reporting to. Are they in the best position to listen to them and then take, the adequate action to whatever it is that they are reporting? Let's start with conversations that start with, so is that why you are crying? Now, a lot of boys do not want to report a lot of things because of how they are going to be perceived, how they are going to be responded to. So report has also shown us that children do not report cases because of the fear that they will not be believed. Now, so if by virtue of this conversation and what we have set up here, which is a very fantastic arrangement, which is a very fantastic initiative, I believe one of the things we should be looking at is creating a system that ensures that the boy knows that when this is where I face and this is where I go to report a situation, that situation is going to be taken up and it's going to be taken up to the letter. And I'll give you a perfect example to what I'm saying now. So now imagine we look at the fact that boys tend to be very physical. When we look at gender-based violence, they're physical even to their peers and physical to the opposite gender. Now let's take the opposite gender for example. Now, I had this session in a class on Wednesday. So for instance, a girl pours water from a 2-story building on a boy downstairs, unknowingly. Then the boy screams and says, what's the meaning of this? Now, maybe out of anger or the lady not even knowing what to do, she's probably upset about something. She responds to it negatively and says, so why didn't you live there? Now, I asked the boys in my class, I said, what would you do? And the answers were fantastic. I'm going to run upstairs and give her the beating of her life. Which, now, we now came to the conversation about reporting from there. So when the boys were having conversations about reporting, the conversation then shifted to, but what if we go and report and the girl does not get the adequate punishment for whatever it is that she has done? 9 out of 10 times, if a boy does something to a girl and the girl goes to report, the boy is adequately dealt with. But in the other case, it's usually different. So it's very important for us to create a structure that helps us to understand that when a boy comes to report, they are going to get adequate justice for what it is that they have reported, so that they can understand this idea that we are passing across to them, that we want to be a norm, that a woman is not a punching bag, a woman is not to be physically assaulted, so they can understand that when they report, they will get adequate justice for whatever it is that they report. Thank you very much.
During the media rounds earlier, yeah, you can clap. I like the energy we are getting. That means they support the motion. She said they support the motion. During the press briefing that they had earlier, I think I heard Mr. Solomon talking about a club that will be an offshoot of this event. I would like you to speak to it. later on, I think that it would be a safe space for the boys to come to and report their cases. Because I don't just want us to talk about these things. Let us draw a line. What are we going to do afterwards? All right, the next question. All right, that question goes to you. Yes, you. Let's talk about moral decadence and the direct correlation to gender-based violence. I'm talking drugs, alcohol abuse, peer pressure. There's something I newly learned, truth or dare. I never knew that. And so if you do the game in the truth or dare, whatever they dare you to do, you must do it, regardless of how stupid it sounds. That is very, very interesting. All right, so how do you think these things contribute to violence, especially gender-based violence?
So,
1 minute. We are in a classroom because we have boys. I'm going to fish out boys and deal with them. So keep quiet and listen. Thank you.
okay, so when you talk about moral decadence, it brings us back to how boys have been left behind as children and how our parents have, some parents have focused, on the girl child as opposed to the boy child. So I think that, again, we need to begin to teach our boys, since most of our audience are boys. I think that one very key thing that we need to teach them is consent. There's a misconception when it comes to consent. And they believe that, sex is an entitlement. And we need to begin to change that mentality, basically. That's the best way to actually, kill, sexual assault on that level. Boys need to understand that consent can change at any time, during sex, before sex, or after sex. I would not even advise, teenagers to be having sex, but it's just important for you to have that information.
Thank you. We're still going to come back to that consent, but I want to quickly direct a question to you, sir. And so I used to work in rape crisis. I worked with Dr. Princess at some point. And during my time as a rape crisis expert, I had some access to real-time rape cases, and I must confess, it gave me some anxiety. Sometimes when I remember those cases, I'm still very shaky. The numbers are alarming, and in more recent times, they are overwhelming. Please give us steps, because you're a child protection expert, give us steps that all stakeholders can engage in to reduce this gender-based violence, especially rape. And I'm talking, when I say stakeholders, I mean parents, because even we have some parents here, and we have parents who will watch this clip, who are currently watching it, who will watch it later. We have people who will become parents, who need to learn that now. Parents, we're talking schools, we're talking civil societies, non-governmental organizations, communities, and even government. We have representative of government here. So give us steps to take, actionable steps.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I would like to start first with family. Hello. I would like to start first with family, because that's the first institution that a child is coming from. She's giving me 1 minute. That's the reason why I've been slowing down, because my conversation is more than 1 minute. I would like to start first with family. A family has a responsibility first to provide the values that is required for a child to be able to face the challenges that are outside. Now, you do not teach your child how to drive. You do not send your child to a school to learn how to drive. And after they finish learning how to drive, you are still checking how they are driving. It means that you have given them the adequate knowledge required for them to be able to drive on their own. So it's very important for us to give children first the basic values that they are supposed to use to survive. That's why in secondary schools you can have a situation where a child is being called in to come and join a court. Without the presence of the parent, the child can say no. That's why in a school, a girl child can also be called to come and join an association or to come and indulge in certain activities, and the child has the capacity to say no,
because of the value system that has been created by the family to help the child understand the consequences of certain actions. Now let's move to the school. The school is supposed to be a secondary caregiver where a child is being taken, by the primary caregiver to look after the child pending the time they are going to return the responsibility to the primary caregiver. The school, from the point the child is being received by the school takes immediate responsibility for the child in terms of safety, in terms of feeding, in terms of education, whatever it is that the child is being brought for. The school takes immediate responsibility, and the school must not lose sight of that responsibility till the child is being returned back to the primary caregiver. The state, which is the government, has a role to play in ensuring that schools adhere to strict policies, where those policies are the things that they are going to use to account for themselves in the case of a situation. Lastly, I'll talk about the society, the social community.
Yeah, the civil society.
Now, these organizations have a responsibility to understand that the parents, the school, and the state is not enough to solve the problem. And these societies are the ones that are supposed to show up in vulnerable circumstances to create these solutions for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was, and that's the major reason why we are here, to speak to it. Organizations like Boys Quarter Africa, organizations like your organization, and so many other civil societies, always, trying to do the work of government or supporting government. We have connected development here. All right, I'll send the last question to you because time. And I want to really talk about the subject of consent. You see, when they say consent is yes and no, sometimes it's not that straightforward, especially with young people today who use more slangs than words. They'll say, she gave me the green light. They'll say things like, she was twerking on me. You don't know twerk? Please edit, take this place out of the video. All right, they will say things like, she winked at me. She bit her lip, she gave me the green light. Okay, so they have all these lingua in their generation, and they just say, oh, they saw that she was doing this. And sometimes signs, she wore something very revealing. She was dancing, she was drinking, and all that. So please help us talk about the subject of consent. And I really want you to, explain it in two ways. How can we explain concept of consent? And then what are the appropriate words to use in consent? Then consent, should it be a asking and response? Or just you understand what I'm trying to say? So just help us with the subject of consent.
I'll make it very short and simple.
Thank you.
Our mentor here has really spoken so much, and that's why he's one of the mentors for the King's Club initiative in all education districts in Lagos State. And that's like a club society promoting positive masculinity. And I can already see some of our boys here. In fact, majority of our boys here have been trying to signal me since. Basically, consent is one of the major topics we discuss in King's Club. And concept is, put simply, the ability to agree or to say yes to a sexual or any activity. It's just, put simply, the ability to say yes or to agree to a sexual activity or any other form of activity. Now, consent can be withdrawn, as one of our speakers have said, can be withdrawn at any time. Can be withdrawn at any time. It can be withdrawn through actions. It can be withdrawn through words. Do you understand? So, boys, when someone tells you, yes, let's go to this party. Now, on their way going to that party, the girl now tells you, oh no, I can't go anymore. I'm going back home, or I want to go back to my friend's house, or I'm going home. Definitely, you should allow such person to go back home. Or, oh, I can't play with you anymore. You said we should do this play, 10-10. And I'm tired right now. I don't want to do 10-10 anymore. I'm going back.
Or okay, before the person says, oh, let's do 10, and then you said, okay, yes. Before you started the play, the girl tells you that, oh, I don't want to do this play anymore. I'm changing my mind. I'm not doing it anymore. My mood has changed. Then you should let the person be. You don't force. That's positive masculinity. You don't force a decision on someone, or even your friend that would be a boy. You don't force it. You don't force a decision on someone. So basically, that's what consent is about in every aspect.
In every
consent.
aspect. All right. So we want them to ask questions. We want the boys to ask questions. Okay. 30 seconds, sir. Thank you.
They've taken all our mics out. Okay. Okay, I think we're back. Yes. So to add to what he's saying, I'm sorry that I have to take the time, but we have to make sure that we hit the right for the message that we're trying to pass here. Young friends, how are you doing? The idea of consent that is being shared with you here is basically giving attention to consent as a male and as a man. I want you to note this right now, that if you are a boy and you are here and you are above 18, can I see your hands up? I'm above 18. Can I see your hands up? I didn't expect to see any hands up. In that regard, the word consent that is being discussed is for boys or male above the age of 18. In that regard, it means that you do not have you have no right to either seek consent. Now, and consent that we are talking about critically here is sexual. You do not have any right to seek sexual consent from a girl, nor receive consent from a girl because you are a child, and as a child, you're not supposed to be having any form of sexual activity with a girl. It is going to constitute an abuse on you. And because you are children, every time you should not be left alone to be by yourself. That's why there's always a need for a caregiver to always be around you. So I'm sounding this warning to you to let you know that if you engage in any form of consent seeking at your age, you will be committing an offense that is also punishable when you are caught. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, boys, if you have any question, I want to take 3 questions now. Boys, if you have any question, quickly run out. If you have any questions, quickly run out. Or if you want to write it down quickly, if you don't want to come out, you can write it down quickly and let us quickly speak to it. All right. Excuse me.
If you have a question. Okay, we have a boy here. Yeah. Okay, ask yours first and then we ask his.
Okay.
Tell us your, okay, yes.
Good day, sirs. So my question is, we have this teacher in our schools who pay more attention to like bullying of girls and all that stuff. He doesn't like pay more attention to the boy, or even if you are right, it still feels like you have no right to maybe raise your hand or other stuff like that on the girls. It's like saying that he's trying to like even violate the right of the male child. So what do you say, like, what do we do in such cases? Like,
Thank you very much. I believe that in my conversation, I have answered that question earlier. But for those who do not understand, that's why I've said that we need to ensure that a system is being created in our schools, in our places of worship, in any gathering that requires children to be present, to ensure that even the boy has a right source that they can go to report cases of abuse, physical abuse, whatever it is that is of great concern to them, that they can report those things to, with the mindset and the knowledge that they know that those things will be looked into in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have your question? His mic is not working. Yeah.
How does a man get raped?
Brilliant question, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that question. It's not working again.
Thank you for that question. When we believe that in our work with boys, we believe that most boys are always exposed to sexual abuse right from childhood in the hands of maybe their maids is always very prevalent, among their maids. So a boy can get raped. It doesn't matter if you had an erection. It doesn't matter if you enjoyed it. If you are underage, if you are under 18, and an adult is having sex with you, that is rape. That's one. A boy can also be sexually abused by a man. So if you have maybe your classmates, take for instance, also having sex with you from your anus, that is also considered rape because both of you are actually underaged. What else? I think I covered pretty much everything.
And as well, a woman can actually rape.
Yes, a woman actually.
It's actually called defilement or sodomy. Basically, we've had that kind of case in Lagos State. We had it in 2019 in one school, and we had it in another house by they called the man Molam. He was their gate man at that time. And then what he did was the two boys, 11 and 9, he defiled them actually, and according or in the court we put it sodomized anyway. So basically, we also had a case where an auntie, that's the boy's mother's sister, that's junior sister, who stays with the boy and does the primary caregiving role, abused the boy, sexually abused the boy. She defiled the boy, basically. And what she did was she was always touching his penis during birth, when they're having the birth at night, birth at night, and then touches the penis, rubs, just does the caressing and all of that. And then, children are a blank sheet. This child I'm talking about was 5 years at the time.
Wow.
And that was 2018, February 2018. And then this particular boy had the notion that, okay, if she doesn't do all that, and as well she uses her tongue to clean, to touch the oral sex. And then the child at that time thought that was the way to clean the penis. That if that is not done, the penis is not clean. Yes, it's happening. It happened in Ekpe. Yeah, if it's not done, it's not clean. So the mother was a banker at that time, and then she took her leave from work. Decided to, the child was on this summer coaching thing at that time, and then, let me just even bathe my child today. And then she bathed her child, and then she noticed that, in the mornings, we're all boys here. We have erections in the morning. And this is what we teach our children in schools when we do our 6 weeks rigorous King's Club training. In the mornings, we have erection, and it's normal. And after 3-5 minutes, it's okay. But this child had been awake since 6, and this is 7:30, and this child's penis is still, erected. And then the mother was quite, she observed it, according to her, when she reported the case. She observed it, and then she was like, it's nothing. Maybe after, so she poured water, and then the child was still telling their mom, after using the towel to clean up, telling the mom that, Mommy, you've not cleaned me up properly. Auntie Rose usually cleans it up very well. And then the mother said, how does Auntie Rose clean you up? And then he started describing everything. And then the report came to us, and then we took adequate steps in order to get justice for the child.
At this point, please, can you just give the boys the helpline?
Yes. Okay. Yes, you can always call. She spoke about safe spaces and all of that. For Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agencies, we have experienced GBV case managers. We have social workers that are experienced in responding to every form of violence, every form of abuse. We have them 24/7, Monday to Sunday, even in the midnight. So you can call us. You call the number 08000 08000 08000 333 333 08000 333.
Only a few boys are writing. You can need to give someone. It doesn't have to be for you.
When you call the number, definitely will receive your case. You'll be treated with utmost anonymity and confidentiality.
Please call the
And
number
we'll respond
again.
appropriately. 080 00 333 333. It's so free. You don't need to have airtime on your phone to call. Even if you have airtime, we won't take away your airtime. So you can use your mom's or your dad's phone to call us anytime. Definitely we'll attend to your case.
All right, sir.
Sorry, just one last thing. If you do not have access to a phone, you can report to your parents. If a female figure in your house is sexually abusing you and you do not have access to a phone, you can report to your dad or report to your mom. If they do not do anything, when you go to school, you can report to your teacher. I believe that government schools have counselors and all of that. So I think that you can walk up to your counselor and make the reports.
And make the reports. At this juncture, I want to say...
yes, we are supposed to round off now, but there's this question.
Another question came in.
And it's not necessarily a sexual abuse related question.
Okay, sir.
He said that there was this viral video that trended about 2 weeks ago of a boy that was putting water into a tank. Some of us saw it. He now said that he's actually the person in that video. Wow. And he discovered that everybody mocks him around. And he doesn't like being mocked. What can he do?
Okay, you can call the number. Just call that number. You can call it now. And then you receive the adequate service that you need. You receive everything that you need. I assure you. Call the number now. Or anytime when you get home, you receive the service you need.
So at this junction, I want to say thank you to all our panelists. Thank you, Mr. Henry Okafor. Thank you, Mr. Ola Onikpeku Kazim. Thank you, Alima Layani.
Thank you. Thank you. If you enjoyed that segment, make some noise! All right. Now, we have been sitting since what time? Since 9, thereabout, right? And I think it's a good time for us to stand up and stretch out. So if you don't mind, can you jump up? Jump. Now, can you do this? Right? And then do this. And then do this. And then do this. And then do this. Now, can you stretch? A full stretch. Yeah. Now, I want you to quickly do something for 30 seconds. Can you just shake about 5 different people that you have not met before? Just quickly shake them. Just shake them quickly. Just shake them. This is a good time to move around. This is a good time to say hello. This is a good time to move around. This is a good time to say hello to somebody. Shake them. Say you look good. Tell them your name. Tell them tell them your class. Tell them what you want to be in future. Yes. Feel free. Say hello. Some of you are greeting people from your school. That is not right. Greet somebody from another school. Say hello to somebody from another school. Yes. You can even shake our facilitator, they will answer you. Shake uncle. Thank you. Thank you. My guy, thank you. Yeah, Varsity. Thank you. Oh, yeah. All right. Come on. Hey. Thank you. Shake somebody from your school and somebody you have not met before. That's good. Thank you very much. Yeah. All right. Thank you. When you have done that, please go back to your seats. I can see a school at the back that is not greeting anybody. Yeah, thank you, my guy. Thank you. Yeah, nice. Thank you. Yeah. All right. more. Hey, 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 hey. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down. All right, so, you know, what we did just now was to make us stretch, make us relax, and warm us up for the next segment. Yes, we still have another segment, and that one is going to blow your mind. But before then, let me just interact quickly with somebody, right? Wait, just listen. I think I'll need an extra mic now, just one. I'm going to interact with just two people, just two. Now, this is a little activity that I do, you know, just to warm us up for other segments. I'm going to be asking you general questions about anything and everything. Now, while you are responding, listen attentively. While you are responding, try to avoid the following. Number one, when you are responding, don't say yes. Don't say no. Don't say eh. Don't say eh. Don't say of course. And you must answer me compulsorily. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Don't say yes. Don't say no. Don't say eh. Don't say eh. Don't say of course. And you must answer me compulsorily. And you must answer all my questions in English language. Who is confident enough to do that with me? Where do I pick a student from? Random. I'm closing my eyes and I'm going to point at anybody. And if I open my eyes and my hand is facing you, just stand up. 1, 2, 3, go. All right. Yes, that boy. Yes, you. Come on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Put your hands together for him. Quickly. Quickly. All right, so we are going to interact for about 40 seconds. While you are responding, try to avoid the following. Don't say yes, don't say no, don't say eh, don't say eh. Don't say of course, and you must answer me compulsorily. Are you ready? Are you ready? Your time starts now. What is your name?
Wisdom.
No, wait. Bring the mic so that use this one so that you'll be. What's your name?
True.
Okay. You said Wisdom is your name, right?
True.
How old are you?
13.
You're 13. You're 13.
True.
You're 13 years old.
True.
What school do you attend?
Ogba Junior Grammar School.
That's your school, right?
True.
That's your school.
True.
You live in Lagos.
True.
You live in Lagos.
True.
Have you enjoyed every part of today's event?
True.
Have you eaten today?
True.
True, right?
True.
It's okay. It's true about it. Put your hands together for me. Thank you. All right. Towards this direction. One more person towards this direction. All right. Yes, you. Quickly. All right. You know the rules. Don't say yes, don't say no, don't say eh, don't say eh, don't say of course, and you must answer me compulsorily. Are you ready? True. You're adopting the true strategy, right? All right. What football club do you support?
Barcelona.
You support Barcelona?
Yeah.
Let's pity him. He did not say, he said yeah. Yeah is a family member of yes. So let's continue. You said you support Barcelona?
Yeah.
Should I give him one more chance? All right. Just listen. All right, you said you support Barcelona, right?
Maybe.
You support Barcelona?
Maybe.
Who is your best player there?
Dembele.
What did you say?
Dembele.
That there are many.
Dembele.
Okay, that's the name of your best player.
Maybe.
What did you say?
Maybe,
right?
Maybe
is what you said.
Maybe.
Are you sure?
Maybe.
Have you eaten today?
Maybe.
What's the name of your school?
Immaculate.
What did you say?
Immaculate Senior.
Immaculate is your school?
Maybe.
No, you have to be sure. Are you from Immaculate or not?
I'm from Immaculate.
You're from Immaculate?
Sure.
You're from Immaculate?
Sure.
What class are you?
SS1.
You're in SS1?
Sure.
You want to be a doctor?
No.
He said no. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Much earlier, we had presentations by 2 schools, and now we're about to have another set of presentations from 2 different schools, but they're going to do this one after the other. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite and welcome for a presentation that will last for just 3 minutes at this time at Jegunle Junior High School. Please put your hands together for them. Put your hands together for them. Thank you.
Hello everyone. We are here to highlight some of the social voices. Hello everyone. We are here to highlight on some of the social voices that happen in our community. My name is Shola Olanipo, and I'll be talking on homosexuality.
My name is Aswa Victor, and I'll be talking on vandalization.
My name is Daniel Uzoma, and I'll be talking about kidnapping. Homosexuality can be defined as a sexual attraction or interest towards one's own sex or gender. It can be divided into 2 major groups, which are lesbianism and gay. Lesbianism for the female, while gay for the male. Causes of homosexuality. Scientists do not know the main cause yet, but they theorize that it's caused by hormone issues, genetic issues, and environmental influences. Disadvantages of homosexuality, or why we shouldn't engage in homosexuality. Number 1 is depression and suicide, anti-gay violence, school dropout, cervix cancer, prostitution, and so on. Ways to cope homosexuality. If you notice that you have any feelings to your own gender or sex, do not hesitate to report to your parent, your guardian, or your school counselor. Thank you.
I want to talk on vandalization. What is vandalization? Vandalization is the illegal act of destroying and damaging of public property. There are other names we can call vandalization. We can call it damaging, working, destroying, demolishing, or we may even call it vandalize. Reason why people vandalize. People vandalize in order to express their anger. Psychologists refer to this group of people as people who are under pressure. This mostly refers to our students. Causes of vandalization: intolerance, bad peer pressure, bad family background, and so on and so forth. Ways vandalization can be stopped. Government should bring up more events to teach youth the disadvantage of vandalization, and parents should talk to their children and encourage them to stay away from bad friends.
I'm here to talk about kidnapping. But first, what is kidnapping? Kidnapping can be defined as the illegal transportation, exportation, and abduction of a person against his or her will. The exportation or abduction element could not necessarily be conducted by means of force, meaning the perpetrator may use a weapon to force the victim into a vehicle, or the victim is enticed into entering the vehicle willingly in the belief that it is a taxi cab. Causes of kidnapping include unemployment, poverty, bad upbringing, greed, love of money. Effects of kidnapping on the victim. It can lead to psychological trauma and anxiety. Effects of kidnapping on the criminal. If a person is caught kidnapping, the person could be sentenced to life imprisonment, and it can also lead to death. And finally, ways we can stop ourselves from being kidnapped. Don't walk alone in a lonely place. Don't walk alone at night. And finally, don't associate with bad friends. Thank you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Put your hands together for them. Great minds. Great minds, great minds all the way. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a very beautiful one. I think they deserve a better round of applause. Yeah. Just before I invite and welcome the next school for their presentation, I'd like to specially recognize and appreciate the wonderful parents of the convener of this beautiful initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Daddy and Mommy Ayodele. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you very much for raising a gift to this generation. Thank you very much for being amazing parents. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma. Eshegon. Thank you. Also, I'd like to specially recognize the presence of another very distinguished personality that walked in during one of the sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, when she comes forward to give her keynote address, I'm very sure you'll be effectively addressed. Please put your hands together as I respectfully recognize and appreciate the presence of Mrs. Dewola Deji-Kunomi. Can you please put our hands together for her? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. I also like to specially recognize and appreciate a man that I recognized much earlier. He's a songwriter, he's a culture architect. Ladies and gentlemen, he just released an album a few weeks back. Please put your hands together for Gaze Baba. Yeah. All right. I'd like to invite and welcome quickly for their presentation before we have the next panel session, Community Junior High School. Please put your hands together for them. Community Junior High School. They are going to speak about other forms of social vices. Thank you. Please put your hands together for them as they come forward.
Good day, everyone. Good day, everyone. I'm sure we are doing fine. My name is Yaigba Matthew, and here's my colleague, Taiwo Abayomi. We are from Community Junior High School at Alakpere. And I'm here to talk about drug abuse. First and foremost, what is a drug? A drug is any substance taken that is required to either work in physical changes or mental changes in the body. And what is drug abuse? Drug abuse. Wait. I'm not finished my presentation. What is drug abuse? Drug abuse is the illegal use of drugs. And anybody who is caught will be put in prison. I'm sure if you are caught, if any of us is caught engaging in drug abuse, we shall spend the person that engaged in drug abuse shall spend at least, if I'm not mistaken, 21 years in prison. I'm not done. Now, said effects. The effects of drug abuse are fear, bad company, and a lot of more people, like fraud. You can engage yourself in drug abuse in different associations, like different society that you are in. Now, consequence of drug abuse. Number one, drug abuse will give you nothing but hypertension. It will give you liver damage. If you look at the cigarette box, they will write, smokers die young. Am I correct? Some of our ladies, because of drug abuse and bad company, they have turned to prostitutes. That's not everything, though. This drug abuse, your friend will tell you, just take smoke. And let me tell you, that smoke can kill you. Just take smoke. You don't know the kind of body you have. You will not see. Let's see. Oh, my stomach is paining me. The second thing, and before you know, it's caused premature death. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my guy, come on. Help me call you. Hey, go. If you like this guy's vibe, make some noise for him. What's your name?
My name is Yaigba Matthew.
How old are you?
I'll be 14 by November.
Wow, put your hands together for him. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being a major voice. Yes. Sir, somebody is just giving you 10,000 naira for that brilliant presentation. Wow, thank you. My brother, go and meet her. Go and meet her. Go and meet her. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's okay. Extra 10,000. Extra 10,000. Extra 10,000. Thank you. Yes. Say thank you to them. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. After that type of speech, if you had plans to engage in drug abuse, you will not try it again. He spoke for less than 3 minutes, but it was very, very impactful. And the message was passed. Put your hands together for him. All right, all right, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to appreciate everybody watching from our viewing centers all across the country. I would like you to make some noise as I recognize people in these parts of Nigeria. We have viewers all the way from Abuja. Make some noise. Thank you very much, our viewers from Abuja. We also have viewers all the way from Ondo State. Make some noise. I'd like you to know that the representative from the Ministry of Education is watching from Ondo State also. So please put your hands together for our representative. Thank you. We also have people watching all the way from Ogun State. Put your hands together. And we also have people watching live from Adamawa State. Put your hands together for them. Ladies and gentlemen, so as we are here, they are seeing us live and direct. Right now, we are about to have... Okay, can you wave at them? Just wave, just wave, just wave. Let them see you. Yes, let them see you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We are showing love all the way from Lagos, Nigeria. Thank you very much. All right. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have a special musical presentation. And this is going to be done by one gentleman that has mastered the craft of delivering beautiful live music over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, is multi-talented and his delivery will blow your mind. Please put your hands together as I invite and welcome Shades of Ayo.
Hello. Okay. So I'll be teaching us a song. It's a very inspirational song, and I think everyone should sing it with me when I sing it. Would that be okay for everyone? It says, sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain. We all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Can we sing it together? Sometimes in our lives,
It is the voice for me. Well, that was beautiful. Can we put our hands together for him? Yes. We actually belong to the same group. It's a WhatsApp group. Yeah, it's a WhatsApp group. Yeah. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, now that we have enjoyed some beautiful music, it is time for us to have another panel session. And trust me, this one, by the time you listen to it, by the time you see all the speakers, you will know that they have plans for you. All right. We are going to have the panel session just immediately after this particular segment. And I'd like to invite and welcome at this time an anti-corruption activist. He's the co-founder of Follow the Money, a social accountability initiative that comprises data analytics, journalist activities, and students. The white elephant is, as he's often called, is the chief executive of Connected Development. Please put your hands together as I invite and welcome Hamza Lawal as he takes us through the Sabi journey. Please put your hands together for him. And don't stop clapping till he gets here. Make some noise for him!
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I've never truly been in a hall where the energy is so high, the excitement is phenomenal. I want to be a boy again. Today, we're here because Solomon believes in an ideal vision where we can together flip a script. If you look at the script that we currently use, it's not working. The world today is saying that for us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we need to flip the script. It's a privilege to be here, and I say this with every sense of humility. And I use the word privilege because I'm standing in front of young leaders. Each and every one of you here is a leader. And just seeing you gives me hope. It gives me hope that truly tomorrow will be better than today. Project Sabi was born out of the fact that most of our partners and friends always focus on the survivals. We don't call them victims because we have to empower them. So a lot of our partners and even government would always want to focus on the survivals, the women and the girls. But Solomon and his team said, come on, for us to mitigate sexual and gender-based violence in Africa and Nigeria, we must focus on the boys and the men. Because if we successfully build a generation of boys that have empathy, that understand that the rights of women are equally same as their own rights, then probably we would put an end to sexual and gender-based violence and live in a peaceful society. First, when we came together and we approached a few of our partners, Voices, which is a program under Oxfam, provided us support to work in Enugu, Lagos State, and the FCT. But because of the kind of young man that Solomon is, today he's currently ensuring that we've even scaled with limited resources and we're working in over 10 states. I'm sharing this story because as boys, you have no limitations at all. Your only limitation is yourself. Solomon have abided by a culture of leadership, commitment, passion, and a vision that boys can become men, responsible men that do not provide or do harm to anyone. I turned 35 in March. I tell people not to call me a youth anymore. Yes, I'm sure our daddies and mommy would say he's still a youth. If it comes from them, I will accept. But for me, age is just an epiphany. I've come to a stage where I've regard taking innovative approach and working with people like Solomon to become solutions and answers to our imagined problems. I'm excited by what Solomon is doing and what he would unveil later today, just to entrench our belief and resolve around Project Sabi. Solomon, I have known you not too long, but I have become so fond of you. I have become fond of your ideals, your ideas, your vision, and the team that you're building in Boys Quarter Africa. I'm really proud that our joint efforts have unlocked some potential. And I believe that with this current movement, the Sabi movement, we will not only conquer Nigeria, but we'll conquer Africa at large. Thank you. We cannot do it alone. We need partners and support from our family members, from you, the boys, from other donor partners, and the entire community. I remember one of our brainstorming sessions, and Solomon said, we have to go and engage and talk to the people that society continue to discriminate. And I'm sure maybe later today, Solomon and his team can put up the video where Solomon was in motor parks, he was in garages, talking to the people you call touts or monile. Because these are the people that perpetuate sexual and gender-based violence. Today in our motor parks, in the marketplace, women are being harassed, intimidated, and assaulted. But because Solomon believed in this Flip the Script initiative, he's talking to people that ideally nobody wants to talk to. And we've made them champions. Today we have Agberos that are even talking about the need to end sexual and gender-based violence and building a mass mobilization of other of his colleagues. Today we're working with the National Union of Road Transport Workers to get motorpark drivers and officials to ensure that women feel safe in motorparks across Nigeria. This couldn't have been possible if not for this young man. And I want to congratulate you, Solomon, but the bigger congratulations go to his parents. Because when you see someone, whatever output or greatness he is, he has tapped it from the people that have made him who he is today. And I congratulate you, Solomon, and your family. And I commit on behalf of Connected Development that we will continue to work with you as we scale this initiative, unlock more resources, because we need those resources, and take our story and the journey to the global community. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for him. Thank you very much for that very brilliant, very brilliant presentation. We really appreciate what you do, and we acknowledge the fact that you're so passionate about this. Can we please put our hands together for him? So, I want to assume it is time for us to proceed with the panel session. Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen. The facilitator of this session is a perfect gentleman. He's a tech expert. He's a man whose dimensions to life is worthy of emulation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite and welcome Demola Adewi. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Thank you. All right. Now that our facilitator is seated, I'd like us to know what we are going to be discussing. And the topic that we are going to be discussing is owning your story. Owning your story. Boys and men too. Owning your story. To join us here, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite and welcome Aboluwari Olaoluwa David, popularly known as Keaton David. He's a UX business analyst and a master strategist with a knack for running effective human capital development programs, especially for software engineers at Future Academy Africa that he co-founded. He has been the reason that a lot of young people now work on-site and remote for American, Canadian, and European and Nigerian companies. Ladies and gentlemen, Keaton David, thank you very much. Thank you. So when you hear people saying, I work remotely, my company is in the US, but I work in Nigeria, he's one of the people responsible for that. Please put your hands together for him. Also to be invited, ladies and gentlemen, is a Nigerian chess master, coach and founder of Chess in Slum Africa. He has organized a number of interventions for children across slums in Lagos, including Majidun, Makoko, and recently Oshodi. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tunde Onokoya. Can we put our hands together for him? I'm very sure you have seen those videos at Oshodi of young men playing chess. You have seen it, right? Look at him. Can you see him? This is him. Put your hands together for him, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir, for all you do. Thank you very much. Also to join us, ladies and gentlemen, is a man that I have known for a very long time. I've known him since 2011. And he's a Nigerian recording and performing artist, a culture architect, and a creative entrepreneur. He graduated from the Department of Economics, the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, and holds a diploma in music business from Berklee College of Music. He recently released an album called A Decade After. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaze Baba. Gaze Baba went to Obafemi Awolowo University. I also went to Obafemi Awolowo University, but I actually went there to visit somebody. I spent about 2 weeks there, but it's okay. All right. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is a legal practitioner and dispute resolution expert with an assignment to raise and help endangered species of sincere leadership around the world. He's the author of Righteous Man in Power and the founder of Africa Revival Center. Ladies and gentlemen, Kayode Adeniji. Please put your hands together for him as he joins us right now. All right, thank you. Kayode Adeniji is going to be joining us much later as we proceed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you in the good hands of the facilitator, and I'll be right back soon. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Lagos. Good afternoon, our boys. Thank you so much for joining us today. We have amazing people here. My name is Demola, and I have the privilege and honor to be anchoring this session. Basically, the aim of this is to, enable the gentlemen here tell their stories. And so we can all learn from those stories, and we're inspired by those stories. Without further ado, I'll just let them introduce themselves, tell us who they are and what they do. I know they've read their bios, but at least let's hear from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So, Keaton David, who you are, what you do.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Keaton David. I'm the founder of Future Academy Africa. What I do, I'm into tech, to keep it very simple.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tunde Onokoya. I'm a national master of chess. How many people play chess here? All right, then I also mentioned that the boy that gave the presentation on drug abuse, Matthew, I owe him a chessboard. So please, before I leave, you can meet me in front. I'll just give it to you. It's in the car. Thank you. I'm a chess master, and I'm the convener of Chess in Slums Africa, where we use chess, the game of chess, as a framework to change people's lives. I'm sure it sounds very strange, like chess, just a board game, can change lives, but that is what I do. And I hope to share some of, the things that I've done, and I hope it inspires you in some way. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gaze Baba. I'm an artist, creative entrepreneur, and cultural architect. I think the expression of mine that is most suited to this gathering is Light Out, with which we go around secondary schools, organizing concerts and leveraging the excitement to inspire young children like yourself. Sorry, not young children. Youths like yourself. So yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Please, round of applause for our amazing gentlemen here. Okay, so let's just get into it. The first part I would talk about would be about their journeys. We're very inspired by who you are and what you do. And we want to understand more. I mean, of course, you were not born today, and you just fall from the sky, right? So let me start with Kiton. How was growing up like, the good and not so good?
Okay, that's a season film, but I'll keep it short. So I'm not a very gentle person. So like this is the gentlest I am. I'm very active and very creative. I went to 6 primary schools. Yeah, and I've been on both sides of the divide. So I went to 6 primary schools and I went to 2 secondary schools. So in primary school, I went to a community primary school. By community primary school, it means it's a private school, right? But it's all those schools that are in the community. So all the children go to the same school and come back home. So in my primary 3 to primary 5, we were 14. We never increased or reduced. And my position was always 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. I was never 14th. 14th was for one guy. It was constant. Like 14th. And then primary 5, I was in Osun State in my last primary school. Primary 5 was the last for Osun State. Primary 5 third term, I came 9th. And I started running around the whole school. I ran around the whole school because I came 9th. The girls that used to share first, second, third were very scared to open their report sheets because they thought I came first. And but yeah, in secondary school, it switched. And secondary school, I was that boy that, I was the head boy. I was first everywhere. I was first from GSS1 to SS3. No. And if you ask me, what did I do? Nothing, honestly, nothing. It's not like I read more or anything. So I question processes. I was a rogue in the university. Rogue by rogue. Like, I don't follow the conventional rules. I don't remember what I graduated with. My co-founder had to make me collect my certificate 5 years after I graduated because I believe it was safer with the school than with me. And that's because you had to travel out of the country and wanted to process some things. So I'm that kind of guy. That's what growing up is for me. Use that to decipher other parts of my life.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so I grew up in Ikorodu, in the slums. So after my primary 6 education, something happened to my dad's business. My dad owned a Molo. I'm sure most of you are too young to probably remember Molo. So at the time, I think they banned Molo's in Lagos, and that was it. So I couldn't afford to go to school for 2 years. So after primary 6, I was just at home for 2 years. And because my primary school education wasn't a quality one, a good one, I just went to one Paco school, open door in K2, before we moved back to Ikorodu. And so in that time that I was at home for 2 years, I wasn't doing anything. Practically, I had to stay home so my younger brother would go to school because they couldn't afford to pay the tuition for both of us at the same time. And it was in that time I discovered chess. Right, so there was this barbering salon just on the other side of our street where we used to go and play video games, PS1 then. So they used to call that game Awilo. It's gamble, really, right? So I didn't used to play because I didn't have money. So I would just watch them play. And one of those days, the barber, the owner of the salon there, he just brought out a small plastic chess set. And he just set it up. And I saw him reading a book, and he was playing. And when I saw a chessboard for the first time, I fell in love with it because I was fascinated by the way the pieces were carved. And it just really sparked curiosity. I wanted to know what their names were, and he said, oh, this is chess. I said, chess? And he said, chess. I said, oh, what is this chess thing? He said, he can't teach it to me because I'm too young and it takes time. I should just watch them play. So I kept going back there to watch them play over time. And they didn't teach me, but by just watching them, because I was a very curious kid, I was able to pick up the rules of the game. And that was the beginning of my journey. That was how I fell in love with chess. And it gave me a way to see the world. And this is very important because, living really is about perception. And when you have the right perspective of certain things, it guides your path, it guides your decisions. So chess was the first thing that gave me perception beyond the community where I grew up. So even though I was from Isalaudo in Ikorodu, chess gave me perception because of the rules of the game, because of the lessons that I learned from it. And when I eventually got to school, my mom had to make a sacrifice for me to go to a good private school. Fortunately, we had chess as a subject. Like, we had it as a subject because the owner of our school was the ambassador, United Nations ambassador then, I think to Kenya. And yes, and that was it. So we wrote exams at the end of the term, and I got better with time. And at some point, I became a champion. So, and I'll tell you how that goes eventually. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaze.
I grew up in Ile-Ife, in Osun State. Then my family moved to Lagos. I didn't attend 6 primary schools. Mine was just 3. If you add after primary school, then 4. It's not 6. Then I attended King's College, finished from KC, and then grew the interest in singing because I was in choir in school, and I wanted to sing in my church. I used to attend an Anglican church, Archbishop Viney Memorial Church Cathedral in GRA. So myself and my friend, who we finished from KC together, we had the dream to sing there. But we did not have any song to sing because when we're in school, the leaders will bring the songs, teach us the songs, then we'll sing the songs. So there was no song for us to sing. So I just thought to myself, like, these guys that used to get these songs, wherever they got these songs from, a human being wrote it. If a human being wrote it, maybe I should try and create one so that we can have something that we will sing. That's how I started trying my hands at writing songs. I couldn't play an instrument. Really, I can't still play till now. If you give me conga, I'll drum it. But professionally, proficiently, none. So that was why I started writing rap. But eventually, I pivoted from rap to Afrofusion. The church we wanted to sing at, that time, we never sang there. Till now, I've not sung there. And this was in 2002, 2003. Till now, I've not sung there. But it was the desire to sing there that led me to start writing or start trying to write. And that's what I do with my entire time right now. I'm exclusively and completely into music with different expressions, but that's what I do. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Very inspirational journeys and upbringings you guys had. It seems all of you seem like you're very good boys growing up. Well, but except I think... Anyways, moving on. We have young boys here that are leaders of tomorrow. And a lot of them have dreams and aspirations. I just want to dig a bit deeper to understand, how did you decide that, oh, I want to be in tech, I want to pursue chess full time, I want to be a musician? How did you make that decision? Because of course you went to university, studied whatever you studied, so how did you get to that place where you said, you know what, I'm committing all into this and I want to be this?
All right. So, aside leading Future Academy Africa, I co-founded an NGO one time to go into rural and emerging communities and talk to kids about what they can become. Children, can you hear me? So you know the first rule of what you want to become is that you can never want to become what you don't know. Do you understand? So what I'm saying is, I go to a village. So when I follow the team, I've personally spoken to like one-on-one, 1,500 kids. What do you want to become? Doctor, lawyer, engineer. That's 70% of it. Now you see a child that can make a tin into a truck. How many of us have seen that kind of things before? And put battery in it, and you're like, see talent. What do you want to become? He says doctor. Why? Because he doesn't know that there's a profession called robotics engineer. So how did I get into tech? First, my parents were broke. Broke is you tuition up poor. My parents are very poor. They were so poor, I thought we were the poorest on earth until I saw some other grade 1 poverty. But my dad is a missionary. So it's the kind of dad you meet at home. So that's why I went to 6 primary schools, because my mom would not stop following my dad every village he went to. And when we come home, my dad tells us stories. Every story my dad tells us, even if it's from the Bible, is about money. My dad, yeah. I mean, what you don't have, you desire, right? my dad told us, my dad is a OG, right? Aside the pastor thing, my dad told me stories about Fela and Nicolako. My dad told me stories about, any story my dad told me has to end with money. So one day I asked him, honest truth, this might not work for you. One day I asked him, who is the richest man on earth? And then he looked at me and said, Bill Gates. And I'm like, what does he do? My dad said, computer. And up until that time, I had nursed an ambition to be an aeronautical engineer. Why? It was just fantasy. I love the way planes fly. What you don't have, you desire. I see planes flying over our roof, and I'm like, how do they fly these things? I want to be an aeronautical engineer. Pilots didn't sound cool because you look like a driver. So I wanted to be an aeronautical engineer. So immediately he said, the richest man on earth is into computer. I said, is any aeronautical engineer in the richest man on earth? And then my dad said he doesn't know. And that day I changed my ambition. Ladies and gentlemen, I wrote JAM 4 times. The reason I wrote JAM 4 times is that I was hell-bent on studying computer science. Now, I know that computer science is not the only way to get into tech, but that was how dogged I was. I would go to cyber cafes and beg them to use systems overnight so that they can disconnect it from the internet. And I was writing codes because we could not afford a computer. And that will lead me to being arrested so many times. Because when they come in the night, the dancers, when they come in the night, they see us working on system. I look like the culprit because my own system is black with some codes. And then I look like the real culprit. And then my mother would ask me, average Yoruba mom, my mom knelt down for me once and said, please, don't do this thing that all your friends are. I said, Mommy, I'm not doing, I'm writing code. See, but you are changing sneakers, you are buying laptop, and that's how I got into tech. But first, you cannot want to be what you don't know. So every time, whatever you want to be right now is because you know it. But try and ask, it's okay to be a lawyer, doctor, or engineer. But in 21 years from now, medicine, law, and engineering will be practiced differently. So start asking questions.
Thank you.
So, hello? Okay. All right. Thank you. So, for me, mine was a bit, unconventional. Now, imagine that your parents struggled and struggled to send you to school and everything. Then you now come out and now say that you want to do chess. Right. I remember when I started out with teaching chess in secondary schools like this. So I used to teach Vivian Fowler, right? And one day I was just teaching. It's a girls' school, and we set up the board. And one of the girls that didn't really like to learn chess, she just said, "Uncle, why are we even learning this chess stuff? Is this so that we can become a teacher like you?" Said, oh, girl. So it really made me reevaluate, my life decisions because I was living in Ikorodu, so I used to wake up very early to go to secondary schools because I had one thought in my head that chess can change lives, right? I didn't see it as, I'm just teaching them so they can do chess or become a teacher like me. I saw it that it was going to help them think more critically and I was deeply passionate about it. But a lot of people did not understand it, right? And I want you guys to take this very seriously because you're still young, but you get to a point in your life where you have to make a decision about what you want to become, right? And I think one of the most beautiful things about chess for me, right, there's a piece called the pawn. So the pawn is the least valuable piece on the chessboard. It's that small round one. It just has the value of 1 point, right? And I mean, pawn in actual reality, you could pawn off something that you probably used before, or when they say someone is a pawn in another man's game, somebody that is easily disposable, right? Someone that isn't as important, significant. In chess too, the pawn doesn't have a lot of value, but then it has one amazing ability. When you match the pawn all the way to the final rank, to the last square on the board, it promotes, it becomes the queen. And that queen is the most powerful piece on the chessboard. And with the queen, you can win the game easily. So that was my story. You know, when I got into secondary school, and in my first chess tournament, I lost all my games. I was crying because I lost to a girl. I mean, of course, she was really good, but then I was like, how can I lose to a girl? All my friends were teasing me. All right? But I didn't mind because they would still give us meat pie and Fanta. So, but it was painful that I lost all my games. So I was strongly determined that, okay, next year, I'm going to try my best to win. And I didn't win, but I came third, and I got a trophy. I remember my final round game, I played against an Indian kid, because we had expatriates come. So I beat him, and that did something for me. For a boy that grew up in the slums in Ikorodu, I took home a trophy and cash prize. And I saw my dad cry for the first time, because he was very proud of me. We had never really won anything, right? But the first time I came home with a medal, and because I was good at chess. And because I was good at chess, it made me believe that I could become anything I wanted in the world. So it was that time I made a decision that I was going to take it seriously, and I was going to become the best in the world, and I was going to become a champion, and I just kept working hard and hard and hard. And even after secondary school, I went on to Yabatech. I was part of the college chess team. I represented my school. I won a lot of gold medals. I was ranked number 13 in Nigeria. You know, I got my first international rating, and it also went on and on and on. And after all of that, I decided to go back to teach in secondary schools as a teacher because I believe that chess gave me certain opportunities to see the world differently. And I wanted children like you to also see the same thing, right? And you can imagine how I felt when, when she asked me that, is it to become a teacher like you, right? And I said, see, maybe I shouldn't be teaching rich kids. Let me go back to where I grew up and teach kids like me because for them, it could represent hope. And hope is a very powerful thing. Right? When you have hope, you know, you believe very strongly. So I wanted to teach it to children like me who would never know what they can truly become. For you to be in your uniform, ZMB, it's a privilege that you don't know. But there are children, millions of them, that cannot be in school like this. Right? So whatever it is they can hold on to, you can bet that they will latch into it with their life. And I met children like that, and I said, look here, I'm going to give you the gift of chess so you can know what you can truly become. And that was how it really started. And when I taught one child, and that child, somebody saw that child and said, wow, chess that is for billionaires, for very intelligent people, a child from the slums that has never been to school before can be good at it. I would like to sponsor that child to school for the rest of her life. And that was it. And I just knew in that moment I needed to find other children like that. And that was the beginning of my journey. And I'm thankful for how far this has come and been able to change a lot of lives.
Yeah, all right. So first of all, like, I feel like most of us in this room may not really know what Tunde is doing. We are on Twitter and have seen embassies and consulate generals and countries from abroad getting very, very tripped and very impressed. Just now hearing where it all came from, it's really inspiring. I just wanted to put that out there. Like, it's massively inspiring, you know. To know that a snide remark can lead you to destiny. That someone, a rich kid saying to you, why are you even teaching us this thing? Is this so that I can become a teacher like you? That's like as soft can be, you know. But then that thing was the tool that God used to like just help you pivot to where destiny was, you know. So I just wanted to say that, man. Which goes to show that there's no limit to what anybody can be. And the whole piece, the whole story about the possibility of a pawn becoming a queen. I was hoping that you're going to use that thing to inspire them. I'd be like, even if you're a pawn right now, tomorrow you can become a queen, you know. And I saw that from this movie, Fiona, Queen of Katwa. You've seen it? Amazing, man. So, you know, you guys should be inspired. For me, I've shared a bit of how I got into what I do, but I'll just share when I got out of school. So I finished from OAU, like Namola said. I finished with a 2-1, so it was a good grade. I studied economics from OAU. So I could have gotten most jobs out there, you know, and I had opportunities. I had opportunity to join PricewaterhouseCoopers. I had opportunity to join Vertiva. Vertiva is a capital management firm. But when I was doing my youth service, I tried my hands out in doing like a proper track. That's like a proper musical recording. And I had to take a loan from my sister that I paid over the course of like 4 to 5 months. Now, after spending that money and I had my record, I now started going to radio stations. And I realized that everything I had done was like 40-50% of the work, because promotion is more important than getting the product. So I remember I told God, I said, you know what, if you really want me to do this thing, you'll make a way, because there's no way I can fund. I did not know music was this capital intensive. There's no way I can fund this. So I remember it was beginning of 2010, I got an opportunity to get signed to a label. Immediately I got the opportunity. I said, this is my sign. I'm going to go with this. So I decided I was going to sign. It was a few days or weeks after that I think PwC sent me a mail to come for an interview. And I didn't go for that interview. I didn't tell them at home, because if I told them, they'd finish me. Because I believe that if I went, I'll be picked. And if I was picked, I'll see the money they will pay me. And when I see the money they will pay me, it becomes a stronger temptation, and then I can't pursue my dream. So I didn't go. I stuck with my dream, and I've been at it since 2010 till now. It's my 13th year. For me, music is more than entertainment. Music is a tool. And that's why I've stayed as long as I have. That's why I go around high schools with my team, organizing concerts and doing what we do, reaching maybe over 25,000 students now. I really would love, I haven't gone to any, like, I'm trying to find the right term to use. Like community school. So we've done almost where at VF, we've done QC, Green Springs, Oxbridge. So it's kind of like where you were going. So now hearing your story, I'm like, I might have to flip this. Yes. You know, like, I might have to flip this. So even though we're here and we're kind of like supposed to be inspiring you, I'm getting inspired myself. And I'm also finding pointers and pivots and leads to what next to do and what step to take and that kind of thing. So I'm blessed myself. So thanks, man.
Thank you. I just have one last question before we wrap up. So success and failure, right? There's always, I think we don't talk about failure enough. You know, I think a lot of people glamorize a lot of things, and it always seems like people that are successful now have not failed at some point, right? So briefly, could you just briefly talk about just one experience, right, that has made you almost give up? One thing that made you almost rethink what you're doing now. A time where you failed and you felt very embarrassed. Because for most of us, I mean, most people, it's inevitable, right? You fail at some things and succeed at some point, right? So could you just briefly just tell us, what did you fail at? What did you learn from it?
Okay. Like I said initially, I'm trying to direct that question to the audience here. Like, what part of my success or failure is very relatable to you? As a matter of fact, when we go to schools now, when we go to schools in rural communities, and then we introduce them to different kind of profession and computing around tech, I've dealt with 17-year-olds that have never held a computing device. By computing device, I mean calculator. They've never used any device that accepts data, processes it, and gives output. And success and failure for me, I've been on both sides of the chain. I told you that in primary school, I was the dullard, I was the boy that all the fine boys don't want to talk to. And in secondary school, I was the champ. In university, I was in between. I just know I graduated with a second class upper. I don't know what and what I graduated with. I'm currently doing my master's in artificial intelligence. And I do not see anything as failure again, right? Because I see failure, whatever failure is in your space and in your terminology. So if I meet my primary 4 teacher right now, I don't even pray to meet him, right? But if I do, he's not going to be able to comprehend that this was Kiton. And the funniest is that since then I've been called Kiton David, so he can always know this is the same guy, and my face has not changed. If I meet my secondary school teacher or my mentor in the university, it does not see any sense of who I was in primary school. Same thing to when I started my business. I made my first 1 million naira at 19, and I know some of you made it when you were 10 years old, but I made it at 19, and it was a big deal. It was so big, I went to the bank, I withdrew it, I held it in my hands, and I paid it back, right? That was how big it was. And then I was going to raise money for my business, 7 million naira. And I didn't know I was going to get it because I had not paid my house rent of 60,000 naira back then. And I was gunning for 7 million naira. And then today I look back and feel like, wow, there was a time in my life I was looking for 7 million. Do you see? And did I get that 7 million? No. Do I want to get that 7 million the way I wanted to get it? No. I don't want that 7 million again. I don't want it that way. I'm proud and happy to the universe and God that He never gave me that 7 million the way I wanted it. And that you would have called me a failure then if we were running business together. So it's not failure. It's just steps upon steps upon steps that leads you to success. And that's how we should say it.
Thank you.
Failure for me, if you want to learn how to play chess, I think the first thing you need to accept is failure, how to lose. Remember I told you I lost all my games and I was crying. But, I mean, it became normal at some point. Even the best players in the world, they still lose every now and then. So you have to accept it as part of the process. There's no such thing as, well, you've attained the highest level of success or you failed and that's it. It doesn't stop. Failure is just a part of the process to whatever it is you want to do. It's just you going on and on. And sometimes you'd fail, but then you just keep going. It's all a part of the process. Everyone has failed. But more importantly, more pertinent question is what failure, I think it's better, thank you, is what failure means to you. Now, I want to tell you something, and I want you to remember this. Because I'm sure for most of you, failure to you is at the end of the term, maybe you came last in your classroom or in your academics. Now, don't see education as you going to school or passing or failing or any of that. You must remember that education is the capacity for independent thought. You have to be able to think for yourself. This is what education is. All those things that you're going through primary school, secondary school, university, it is to prepare you for one thing, so that you can understand how society works. Sometimes you're going to fail, sometimes you're going to win and all of that. It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. What matters is the lessons that you learn from that entire process, from your KG up onto your master's or PhD, so that you can come out on the other end of the spectrum and understand how society works. So when you understand how society works, then you can find the place where you're supposed to add value and solve a problem. So going back to what I said, education for you has to be the capacity for thought. So whether you failed in your academics some days or as long as you are giving in your best, right, and you're thinking for yourself, and you're thinking about how you can add value by solving problems, then that is what true education is. Because it wouldn't matter if you finish with first class or anything else. And I can tell you, I didn't even know where my certificate is. I've never used it for anything. I've spoken on all international media. I've been on CNN, on Al Jazeera, everywhere. Olympics, chess is not an Olympic sport, but then they made an exception for me to talk about chess. And this is how far, you know, that power of knowing the capacity that you have. Your mind is your greatest asset. There's no failing when it comes to like the power that your mind has. It has to be, you have to evolve every day to think about the things you can do and feed that capacity that you have. And that's just it. The kid that said chess can change the world some years ago has had a lot of amazing opportunities. But those things don't even validate the things that I do. The true validation that I've seen, which is my only metric of success, is that have changed the lives of children like you that do not have access to being in rooms like this. And the world has celebrated them, not because of what they look like or because of their poverty, but because of the fact that they have the intellectual capacity to just play chess. And that has revealed everything about them. And now the world is giving them the opportunities that they deserve. So don't think about failure as whether I passed or I failed or anything else, right? Just make sure that as you're growing, you're increasing capacity for thoughts, to be able to think for yourself, to be able to solve problems. And, you know, God be with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. I know our time is up, so I'll help you. I'll just leave you with a thought, yeah, that if you fail at anything, it's an event. It's not who you are. It's not your identity. You just failed at that thing. So if you take a cue from their stories, so like I'm using their stories so I don't take another 5-10 minutes to share mine. Because if I share mine too, failure will day inside. But if you take a cue from, say, Keaton, for instance, the same person who failed in primary school, succeeded in secondary school, made his first million at 19, is the same person. They are just different events in his life. So don't let any isolated event define your person or define your identity. You only failed at a time, or you only failed at a task, and you can succeed at another task, or even that same task when you try it again. So failure is an event, and it's part of the journey, like Tunde says. God bless you.
Thank you, thank you. Parting words, failure is an event and it's part of the journey. So I think our time is up. Thank you so much, our panelists, for this amazing session. How many people were inspired? Thank you so much. So I think, thank you so much.
Can we put our hands together for all our panelists? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was beautiful listening to you, listening to your success story. Yes, so it's not necessarily about where you live, where you come from, your hierarchy in your family, or the nature of the environment that you occupy. But it's about the capacity that you have as an individual to transform your world through effectively using your mind, imagining things, and bringing them into reality by building capacity to that effect. Can we please put our hands together for all our speakers? I know that a number of us are already thinking, when am I going to have another round of donut? Right? Am I saying the truth? I'd like you to know that we have plans for you. Everybody will get food, don't worry. Are you happy about that? All right, yeah. Yeah, somebody even gave a standing ovation to that effect. Don't worry, you will have food. But I'd like to specially recognize and appreciate our distinguished personalities at the gallery. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being a part of this. Before I invite the next speaker, now, wait, you have listened to various speeches. This next one will blow your mind. Oh. All right, can you do something for me right now? Apart from daddies, mommies, uncles, and aunties in front, can all the boys in the house stand? with that same energy, can you sit? Can you stand again? Can you sit? Can you stand? Can you sit? Can you stand? Can you sit? Now, while standing, make some noise! Put your hands together for yourselves. Thank you. Now that you are seated, look at the person sitting beside you and say, it is a privilege to sit beside you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to have a keynote address at this time that will shape your mind forever. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished personality that is going to be leading us in this capacity is a seasoned coach. She will speak to you from her heart to your mind. And trust me, if you open your ears clearly and you connect with everything that she's going to be saying today, you'll be transformed for the better permanently. Her profile is going to pop up at this time. I would like you to please sit back and watch this, after which she will come up to give her keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, sit back and focus on the screen at this time. Thank you.
Debola Deji Kurumi. Debola Deji Kurumi is a best-selling author, keynote speaker, ministry gift, public policy advisor, and transformational coach for visionary leaders. Through her work of coaching, consulting, and capacity building, Debola deploys her extraordinary gift of unlocking potential in people, institutions, and nations. She's a certified visionary leadership coach by the Oleg Konovalov Global Coaching Certification and a Gallup Certified Strengths Coach. She is also a Thomas International Certified Workplace Personality Profile Analyst, Certified Job Evaluation Analyst, and an experienced corporate trainer. Debola was a learning consultant at Phillips Consulting and has been on the faculty of organizations including the Lagos State Government, World Bank, Owando Foundation, Faith Foundation, Leap Africa, to mention but a few. Debola sits on the board of a number of organizations where she provides strategic advisory on organizational design, senior leadership development, policy analysis and implementation, as well as program execution. She has received several awards, including 2014 New Leader for Tomorrow in the Order of Business, Government and Parliament at the Crans Montana Forum in Geneva, an award conferred before several presidents and world leaders. She served twice as a mentor on the Queen's Young Leader Awards, a UK government fellowship that honors exceptional young leaders in the Commonwealth. In 2018, she was selected by the US government as one of Africa's most promising young leaders and a Mandela Washington Fellow. In 2019, she was listed as one of 100 most inspiring Nigerian women and announced as Nigeria's leading coach at the 2021 Motherland Awards. Recently, DDK was honored as one of Nigeria's 50 most inspiring women in Nigeria 2022 by Business Day. DDK, as she's fondly called, is an author of 21 books till date and has spoken in 3 continents to emerging leaders, teams of multinational corporations, global development practitioners, SME owners, and purpose-driven people. She is married to her lover, Ayodeji Kurumi, and they are blessed with children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the Boys Quarters Africa International Boy Child Summit 2022, Debola Deji Kurumi.
By the United Nations. Now celebrate yourselves. Do it well. Is this the best energy the guys can give me today? Celebrate! Okay, make sure you leave where you are seated. Go and shake another king. Be like, congratulations. I read about your outstanding exploits in the papers. Congratulations. Go and find another king and say, congratulations, I heard the United States is honoring you for your invention. I heard about your results. Congratulations. Make sure you find someone to congratulate. Make sure you're going around very quickly. Some people are not going around and I can see you. Make sure you take a move from your seat to just say, hey, I'm so proud of you. I can see the great things you are doing. Some of you are even lucky to be handshaking with mommy and daddy Ayodele. You are lucky, you are blessed. Okay, see that nice music. As you go back to your seat, shake your body for me. Shake your body for me as you go back to your seats. You are not merely future leaders. You are today's leaders. Who is shaking their body? Hey, good job. Who is shaking their body for me? Fantastic. Okay. Make sure that as you go back to your seats, you're shaking your body for me. Good job. Okay. How are you doing today? Give me the energy. How are you doing today? No, we don't say fine. Fine is not for young men of your royal grade. When I say, how are you doing today? You give me things like incredible, outstanding, distinguished, phenomenal, excited, gingered, energetic, dynamic, empowered. How are you doing today? Okay. I want two courageous leaders to jump on this stage and come and tell me your original definition of greatness. Not something you read in a dictionary, but from somewhere inside you, an inspired definition of greatness. Say to me, DDK, when I think about greatness, this is what greatness means to me. I have the first king come and celebrate, and I have my king come and celebrate. Okay, so I have these four on the stage. Are you one of us too? So I've got 5 of us on the stage. Nobody joins us anymore. Let the last 2 go for us first. We'll determine if we can take you. But I've got how many on the stage right now? 6. Okay. Who is my timekeeper? 59 seconds. Give me your inspirational definition. Who is my timekeeper? Okay. Our mentor is here. Don't worry. He will do a good work. Uncle Solomon is our timekeeper. 59 seconds. Go for it. What's greatness?
My name is Alice Moses, and I'll just dive straight into my ideology of what greatness is. Greatness for me is the ability of someone getting to a place where he desires to be, or a capacity of someone being what he himself wants to be without any hindrance or stuff.
Did you hear that? You didn't. No, hold on. They didn't hear you. He said it is the capacity of a person to get to a place that they desire to get to in life. From where I stand, that is an amazing definition. Can you celebrate him? Okay, you've won yourself a token. Celebrate, do better. Go for it.
My name is Agbemakinde Judoladumeji from Mendes.
Please let's listen to him.
My definition of greatness is the ability of being a dominant person, of being in authority, of being a king, of him dominating everywhere, of him having authority over everything he's doing. Thank you.
I love it. Don't be distracted. He didn't say dominating people. He said dominating his territory, having authority in the arena where he is working. Can you celebrate him? Can you do it better? We need more authority. Well done. So proud of you. Who's going for it? Go for it.
My name is Taiwa Bayomi. I'm here to express my own feeling as greatness. Greatness means something mighty, like a king or anything that is mighty, like something like president. If you are greatness, like people will reign for you, choose you in any post you want to be.
Not just president, someone like you. So can you complete it and say, I am greatness.
I am greatness.
I'm born to rule.
I'm born to rule.
And I will use my greatness.
I will use my greatness
to make a difference in the world.
To make a difference in the
world. Can you celebrate? Well done. Well done. So proud of you. Okay, go for it.
Greatness means when someone is born blessed, or you know how to do what you know, what you want to become in the future, and you're very good at it.
Did you guys hear that? He's talking about the power of mastery, and it's one of the things I'll be sharing with you today. If you've got a gift and you develop that gift, greatness will always be released. Can you celebrate him? Well done. Celebrate! Go for it.
My name is Olatunji Okpayemi. To me, greatness is doing exploits, sitting before kings, sitting before great people in the world. Not only sitting before Uncle Solomon, but sitting with people like Big Hills and being rich in life. That's what I define greatness
as. Well done! Celebrate him. What he said is that I'm already standing before greatness like Uncle Solomon, but I also want to stand before Bill Gates. Celebrate him. Okay, go for it.
My name is Mr. Moriri from Okpa Junior Grammar School. I will go straight to the point. Greatness means being different from others, being astounding, being marvelous.
Correct. He said it's about being different. It's about standing out. It's about being distinguished in the way that you do things. Can you celebrate him for that definition? Well done. If you are not clapping, you are wrong. Look at greatness all around us. Fantastic. I'm truly, truly excited to be here. And I was sharing with Gaze Baba just a few minutes, or no, it's been maybe about 30 minutes ago now, that I have not been in a room with this amount of boys all my life. So I feel like this is such an inspiring environment for me, just seeing greatness unfold right before our eyes. And I want to take a moment to truly, truly commend the very distinguished work of Boys Quarters Africa and this exceptional convening at the International Boy Child Summit 2022. It is Africa's largest convening of the boy child. Can you celebrate Solomon Ayodele today? Can you do it better? He's a man with a vision, and his vision has given all of us an opportunity to be partakers of wisdom that can truly transform our lives. I also want to take a moment to really celebrate every team member, volunteers, the board of advisors, partners, funders, supporters of the Boys Quarters Africa vision. Thank you for believing in this phenomenal mission to change the world and to make the continent a better place by really raising boys and men who can stand for the truth and who can be vessels of change and transformation in our world. I want to also really take a moment to congratulate, celebrate, and greatly honor Daddy and Mommy Ayodele. This is a good time to rise and let us celebrate. Can we rise and celebrate Daddy and Mommy? We love and honor you. God bless you. Congratulations to you today. Can we say, Daddy and Mommy, we love you? God bless you. Fantastic. Please be seated. God bless you, Mom and Dad. It's been a great time, and even though a number of our speakers have already left, it's still important to just commend the thought leadership that has come in to us today, just listening to all the great thoughts that have been shared. I'm going to be sharing with you for just a few minutes. I wanted to take an approach that was a lot more systemic and policy driven for the policy makers, the civil society organizations, and the agents of development, as sharing a set of agendas for the things we should be focusing on in the development of the African boy child. But I do see that the direction our conversations have taken is a lot more pragmatic in a way that doesn't just impact on the key development stakeholders, but also leaves a roadmap for the young men in the room themselves. So I made an important decision. Shall I go the policy advisory way, agenda setting, and sharing a roadmap for the stakeholders, or do I focus on this unique opportunity to speak to the future of my continent, to speak to a whole generation of change makers, of leaders and kings, boys who are emerging into men? And I think I made a wise decision. What do you think my decision was? What do you think my decision was? I know it's good now, but I said, what do you think the decision was? I decided to have a heart-to-heart with you. That is my honor today, to share this moment with the leaders who are going to deliver emancipation for the continent of Africa. That is you. Congratulations. Okay, I love the energy. Let us talk about 7 things that I want you to never forget, that will give you access to the greatness that is already on your inside. Let's talk about 7 things very quickly that you must continue to guard jealously and nurture and believe in as you go along your path to greatness, as you go along your path to transforming lives, and as you go along your path of fulfilling your God-ordained destiny. Number 1, let's talk about your mandate. Say, my mandate. My mandate. There's greatness on your inside. You have come with a purpose from God. You've got a mandate to succeed, a mandate to prosper, a mandate to be great, a mandate to be a champion. Regardless of your background, regardless of the state of the economy, regardless of even your academic results. I know you've heard a lot about 9th position, 13th position, 1st position. I'm going to encourage you, and we'll get to talking about your academics as your core mission at this time in your life. But I want you to know that beyond all the definers by which boys are defined, your height, your good looks, fine boy without pimples with dimples, right? I know the crews now. All of those things by which young boys are defined, where you live, your physical features, where you come from, how good you are in math, whatever it is that are the definers that friends and family used to define young boys. I want you to know that you have a mandate to be great. Say, I have a mandate to be great. There's a great purpose that God has already put on your inside, and you're going to fulfill it. So everywhere you go in life, nurture that mandate. Make decisions that always remember that there's something on my inside that will change the world. There's something that I carry that will change the world. My background won't keep my back on the ground. There's something that I have that will be a blessing to my generation. Okay? You have a mandate to be great. There's something already upon your life today that will cause you to be a global blessing to the world around us. Number 2, your mind. Say, my mind. I can't really hear you. My mind. This is the one that I need you to pay significant attention to. I need you to pay attention to your mind. All addictions ride on the tracks of the mind. Every failure rides on the tracks of the mind. Every conviction and belief, every faith, every success, every ability, every desire rides on the tracks of the mind. Your mind is the determinant of your affections and your desires. Your desires are the determinants of your actions. Your actions are the determinants of your destiny. Do you understand this? Do you know why there's a lot of attention today on media and entertainment? Because media and entertainment are some of the most powerful viral influences on the mind of a young boy. So let me tell you something. The next time you hear, it's your waist in particular, your waist, you know that song? Oh gosh, that song is escaping me right now. I like your he knows it. I like your waist in particular. And they're twerking and moving. And you're singing and screaming, right? Remember that every time you are listening to a song or watching a movie with, or a musical with naked girls and smoke and shisha, it's an influence on your mind. You know, it will look like, I beg, may we enjoy ourselves now, no big deal. Person just they dance. But these things are playing a real strong role on your mind. The images that are forming in your mind will determine the desires in your heart. The desires in your heart will determine your motivation and your actions. The reason some people will fly fence and they will go into the underground and they will smoke themselves out of their future is majorly because of the things they continue to hear. Say, I will guard my mind. I can't hear you. I will guard my mind. I will protect my mind. And I will feed my mind. So what do we do with our minds? We think up solutions. You are not too young to see some things happening in your community and you say, what can we do? A number of our friends came up today and they shared with us social vices that they wanted us to pay attention to. We think up solutions. We think up ideas. We use our mind to meditate on good things. If you are a believer in God, you use your mind to meditate on the word. You use your mind to believe about the future, imagine possibilities. You use your mind to read and retain the knowledge you acquire. Your mind is a powerhouse of possibilities. Make it work for you. Number 3, your mess. Say my mess. No be that one where they smell. Oh. Say my mess. Anything that has happened in your life or your parents' life that hurts you. I know, they feel you. Even me, they feel you. Anything that makes you feel disadvantaged. Any of you here, you've ever felt disadvantaged? You've looked at some other people and you feel like, why didn't I come from these parents? Anyone ever felt that way? Thank you for your honesty. Or you look at your community and you're like, why? Too much vices, too much poverty. Can I warn you today and forever? Stop thinking about poverty the way you've been thinking about it. Stop thinking about poverty as a limitation to your future possibilities. Start thinking about poverty as a tool for unusual creativity. Do you understand? It will make you creative. Challenges will make you creative. Have I ever told you about Peter Ogedengbe before? I don't gist you about Peter Ogedengbe. Make I gist you. You like the story? Peter Ogedengbe was one out of 9 grown men that were standing in front of a river, deliberating about their life and their death. Why? The king had told his daughter to handpick the men that she preferred in the village. And he said he will take them through a difficult test to test their masculinity. You know, society is constantly trying to test the masculinity of boys. And it has put us into a lot of trouble. Telling boys, you have to be strong. No be man you be. And men and young boys are going through hardship and pain that we have not been turning our eyes to. But no more. Say no more. So Peter there now, 8 other men were there. And the king said, look, here is a river with crocodiles and wild animals. If you are able to cross from here to the other side, you marry my daughter. People started turning back like, why so hard? Why do I die before I marry the king's daughter? Next thing, we just started hearing in the river. Until we just saw Peter Ogedengbe at the other side. Hey? People were like, now so you love woman. Then we hear him screaming, who pushed me? Who pushed me? You know what happened? Peter on his own would have never swam through a crocodile-infested river. But someone pushed him by mistake. When it comes to survival, you have more ability on your inside than you think you have. I'm telling you, you will make it. You will succeed. You will stand out. Poverty can't stand in your way because you are going to convert your mess and it's now going to be a tool for greatness in your life. I didn't come to joke with you. Modirawani. I'm not only speaking to you today as a keynote speaker, a coach, I'm speaking to you as a prophet. Your destiny will not be shortchanged. Everything that it takes for you to step into new seasons of possibilities, everything that is required for even your parents to gain help, your guidance to gain help, and for you to rise against all odds is being released to you today. Many years down the line, when we meet at the airport in Texas, I will be coming back from a United Nations conference and you will be going over for a World Health Organization summit. You'll just be like, DDK, do you remember me? Even me, I won't be looking like I'm in my 50s because I'm not going to be joking with myself. Then I would say, I really can't remember. You would say to me, I am Nigeria's health ambassador to Gambia, and I will be speaking at the World Health Organization this evening. I'm really in a hurry, catching the first-class flight. I was at the first boys, International Boys Summit by Boys Squad Africa, and I'll remember you. I'll be like, were you not the one talking about greatness, and I gave you 1K there? Then you'll vex, and you'll be like, I see all the great work you're doing. We're wiring $1 million to you now. How many of you can see it? What's the color of the suit you are wearing? Navy blue, navy blue. Or is it black? It's black with ash pants. Celebrate yourselves. Okay. You are going to convert it. Number 4, my mission. Say my mission. Your mission right now is your academics. I want you to change your attitude to your academics. How many of you have ever said, David, no, get first class, you be billionaire? If you've ever said it. How many of you have ever said, I don't even know if Bonner Boy finished secondary school, he get money, he get big house for Banana Island? You've ever said it? Stop it. Education opens up your mind concerning possibilities. We don't go to school so we can earn a certificate only. We go to school so we can earn a belief system, so we can believe in our abilities, so we can always find a way where there seems to be no way, and so that we can be cultured citizens of our country. If you've ever been discouraged by the challenges in Nigeria, I want you to start to think about yourself as the hope of Nigeria. Say, my mission today is to succeed with my academics. I will face my book and not Facebook. Some people didn't say it because they know they've been facing Facebook. I will face my book and not Facebook. I will tick off my grades and not TikTok. If you believe you will do as we have agreed today, celebrate yourselves. Okay. Number 5, say my message. My message. As you go along in life, I am feeling you. Even you, they feel me, right? My message. This is the deal. Everybody has to be known for something. You look at Solomon Ayodele, what comes to your mind? Even if this is the first time you are interacting with him, you hear about the person who has put this excellent convening together. Don't forget, we are not just in this room. We're in many states across Nigeria, streaming online to be part of this conference. Tell me the things that come to your mind when you think about Solomon Ayodele. Greatness. Success. Achievement. Ah, wow. Solomon, see your matter. I can't hear you. Vision. Okay, even if I can't hear you, God can hear you. But this is the point. Confidence. President. Celebrate that young man. He has a message. There's something he stands for. There's something he stands for. Do you know we have statistics for the largest public school in Kenya, Nairobi, Kenya, that was known for an obscene and terrifying degree of bullying, boy-child bullying. Do you know how they caught boy-child bullying in this massive public primary school from over 85% to as low as currently 26%? You can never imagine. The government had engaged, bullying that killed, bullying that sodomized, bullying that maimed. They intervened with policies. They reoriented the children, taught them how to speak up for themselves. It continued. Mothers and fathers will go to school to beg other students to leave their children alone. And guess what? An organization went into that school and started to raise those we call value champions. Say value champions. Took time to begin to mentor these boys on the right values of courage, confidence, compassion, integrity, positive masculinity. Really instilled these values into them. And each of the boys started to see themselves as champions, right? And they made it like a coded thing. They didn't put badges that said, say no to bullying, no. But they did something in their minds that everybody wore an invisible badge of being a champion. Guess what happened? When boys corner, big boys corner small boys, champions will go in 2s and 5s. And they will just go there and be like, how far now? If you leave this guy, waiting. This thing no pay us. If you kill him, waiting, you won't gain. They were doing it in the toilets, in the buses, in classrooms, on the way home, bush paths, and during an 18-month period, it went from over 80% to 26%. Do you know how powerful you are? I want you to stop laughing when girls are passing and they say, see flat chest. Your future is empty, your past is empty. because it's not funny. When they say, see big head, Mr. Edward, don't laugh. When they say pimples, go say how pimples won't destroy your face. You do the chop ekpa. Don't laugh. Let us starve from our classrooms, our families, and our communities the values that increase depression and suicidal thoughts. Do you know that some of the things you joke about, boys go back home and they cry? Do you know? Confess, have you ever cried because someone said something that really hurt you? God bless you. By the way, I know if you were crying and your uncle heard you, your uncle would be like, now that kind of thing you can't cry, you know, be man. Am I correct? Say, boys have feelings too. Boys have feelings too. I want no need feeling. Celebrate that guy. So have a new message. Carry a new message of compassion, of courage, of respect. Number 6, say mastery. Number 6, say mastery. This talks about where you are going, the future you want to see. You've listened to Keaton David. He's now counting it in dollars. But that's not where he started from. Your future is going to be great, but I want you to continue to make wise decisions. Make wise decisions. Focus on your education. Don't roll with the wrong crowd. And guess what? I don't want you to only read your math, English, integrated science. I also want you to use the internet positively. Say, I will use the internet positively. When you get back home, you go and check Future Academy. You go and check what the speakers have spoken about. What's this robotics engineering? Check it out. What's coding all about? Check it out. Begin to research. What is the future of medicine? What is the future of the legal practice? What are the new steps I should be taking? And there are so many free opportunities for you, even for entrepreneurship and business, but use the internet wisely. I'm still looking for who I'm going to give some cool cash today, who will be able to tell me something. You're raising your hand for a question you don't even know. Number 7, say my money. That one is loud. Say my money. Why am I putting this one here? Guess what? There is wealth in your future. There is wealth in your future. There is wealth in your future. Regardless of where you are today or where your parents are, don't let the love of money lead you on a path that can cut short your life. There are many unhealthy opportunities. They are not opportunities. Unhealthy ways that young boys are being lured as what we call mercenaries for crime. Don't join them. Legitimately, as you focus on your education, as you learn to build your skill set, as you even connect with holiday jobs, internship opportunities, by the time you are stepping into senior secondary school, graduating after your WAEC, you will gradually begin to save and invest, and money will grow in your hands. So don't be in a hurry. Do you understand this? Your future is preserved. So let's go through the 7 together. Number 1, my mandate. Number 2, my mind. Number 3, my mess. Number 4, my mission. Number 5, my message. Number 6, my mastery. Number 7, my money. Okay, stand up with me right now. Let us declare, I am born for greatness. Nothing and no one will be able to stop the force of life that is within me. I will go forward. I will advance significantly. I will make great progress. All things are possible unto me because I believe. I will uphold the right values of righteousness, nation building, purity, honesty, justice, and truth. I will be a champion for the message of all things that are good. I will grow my capacity, enlarge my skills, because I was born to prosper on earth. Because of me, Nigeria will be great again. Say that with all your heart. Because of me, Nigeria will be great again. I will be an ambassador for the continent of Africa. My rise is further, forward, onward, and upward. My rise is further, forward, onward, and upward. I'm a born king, even if I say so. Put your hands together for yourselves.
Put your hands together for yourself. Can you celebrate yourself better? Wow. Please, can you take your seats? This is the last segment. We're done with 6 years International Boy Child Summit. Before we leave this afternoon, I want to just specially thank DDK. And I have a special request from her. If DDK would allow us, I want to transcribe that your session and convert it into an ebook that we can give to schools across the continent. If you allow us, ma. You see, what DDK shared today, if I heard that 15 years ago, if you feel like I'm greatness, then I won't be here. There's something more. And do you know, in the book I love to read, it says that the words that I speak to you, there are two things. They are first of all spirits, and they are first of all life. Right? So the word you listen to can either be life or can be death. This is not the kind of summit you would attend. And people will say, "I was a summit," and you say, "Oh, there was food." This is the kind of summit you would attend, and your teacher will say, "Something has happened to you." Because there is a transference of spirits. There is a transference of spirits. While we were planning for this boys' summit, I told myself I wasn't going to speak. And I prayed one prayer. I said, "God, all of the things you have laid in my heart, please, I want, if not all of the speakers, talk about them." And you know, it was as though DDK took everything I've been brooding on and just shared with you guys. You're so privileged to be alive to listen to this at this time. I want to just thank you all for being with us this morning. I know it's been a long stretch. I want to thank all of our partners from Voice Global, Connected Development, Amza Lawa. I want to thank Wema Bank. I want to thank Stanbic IBTC, all of our partners. I want to thank the Lagos State government for being a part of this with us. The key thing we intend to do after this entire summit, because we run a project across Lagos, Enugu, and Abuja, what I have done is that, I mean, some of you might look at my eye. I've not slept in like 8 days. I've not had 2 hours stretched sleep. Because I've been working on a curriculum for you guys. It's an 82-page curriculum called the ABC of Gender-Based Violence. You see, I am standing before a generation where there will not be #justice for Tina. I am standing before a generation of men that would rise up to be responsible fathers, accountable sons, men that would rise up to the demands of life, not from a place of toxic masculinity. Because masculinity is not synonymous to aggression. You are not your weakness. Do you understand what I'm saying? So 2 gifts I'm going to be giving out today. We're going to unveil our Boys Club Against Gender-Based Violence. We're going to start in 30 schools across. Joy, can we quickly beam the video and let's quickly unveil the Boys Club Against Gender-Based Violence. Then I will show you the second gift I have for you. Media
Frequently with daughters than sons about these issues, and even then tend to frame conversations around reducing the risk of assault. Survey data has even revealed a widespread confusion, more pronounced amongst men than women, over mere concept of consent and sexual assault. This is not unlikely, as only a few people receive formal education on either topic, in school or from parents. Sadly, we live in a society where violence against women and girls, both in action and in speech, is quite prevalent and disheartening. And for that, it's only reasonable for those who really care about them to worry about their safety. However, the big question is, what are men and boys being taught as girls are given this advice? In January 2019, Boys Quarters Africa kicked off her flagship project called #Boys2Campaign and has since then reached out to 10,517 boys across 23 cities in Africa. As a step towards the continuous engagement of boys as allies towards ending violence against women and girls, Boys Quarters Africa, in partnership with Connected Development and funded by Voice Global, is launching Africa's first boys club against gender-based violence. BCAGBV would serve as the launching pad for training, raising, and educating boys about sexual violence and how they can play their roles as allies.
Is to create a curriculum. The name of this curriculum is called Action, Boys and Choices. So let me tell you about this book. By the grace of God, I sat down in my room in Yaba to write it. Right? Under the influence of the Spirit. So this book, you will not only read it, it will change you. So for teachers who may be wondering, we don't know how to talk to boys. In this manual, we have created a session for teachers that will teach you how to teach boys. Right? For all of our counselors, I know Olori is here with us today. We're going to send, please can we celebrate Olori from District 4? District 2, amazing woman. So in this manual, we have ABC, all the things you need to know about gender-based violence, bias, doctrine, coercion, consent, and all of that. And an additional part of it is that I created, can I have everyone's attention? Can you stop whatever you're doing? Ushers, can we stop whatever anyone is doing? Ushers, can I have everyone's attention? In this manual, there is a 24-week curriculum, right? So whether you want to talk about gender-based violence with boys in your church, in your school. In fact, we want to make it such that boys will be able to start boys club in their streets. Do you understand? So this 82-page document, right, is the answer to one of the world's greatest problems. We believe we can end gender-based violence by engaging boys and galvanizing men. And aside from this, I have a special gift for you all. In 2020, I wrote a book and I released the ebook. The book is called Boyfessions. It's a transformational confession for boys. The things my father told us 21 years ago in our family devotion, I can never forget. My father is here. My dad would say after me, man is the architect of his own fortune. And do you know that I clocked 30 in February? I can still remember clearly Ogoluwa, number 25, Yanokwaja. clearly. This book is going to give you different confessions about your mental health, your sexuality. Let me even get a boy to just come and do a quick reading. Where's Matthew? Yeah. Please put your hands together for Matthew. Mommy, you remember when I went for debate competition at Ikeja? I wish you saw this boy. He was just hopping around like, yeah. I was just like this man. Even when I was in SS3, I was as small as this. You know, so Matthew, I want you to just read the first, not the first, just the first line. So, boy fashion on identity. Do you want to go?
Yes, I'll put my name here.
Yeah, you put your name.
My name, Matthew. I confess today that I am Church of the Lord, and His very peace belongs to me. I believe in the invisible power that created the heavens and earth. Hence, God Himself is the strength of my life, and I can do anything through Him. I confess that I am of a new breed, a different species, and a separate being. I am God's workmanship, and He has chosen me to be His very own. Just because of who I am, I will always respect and obey my father and mother, so my life will be long and good.
So this is just the page in the confession book. This book we printed 1,000 copies, and we intend to give out to all of our attendees here today, right? So by the time you're leaving, you're going to get a copy of Boy Fashion, and because we're coming to your school, you're also going to get a copy of this ABC manual, right? Did you get anything here today? I can't get your response. Did you get anything here today? Are you glad you came? Are you excited? I want to feel your energy. Are you excited? Can we make it better? Can we make it louder? Are you excited? Are you transformed? Are you transformed? Have you been changed? Have you been changed? I need one boy that has been changed to make the loudest noise in this room. Awesome. Awesome. As we close this event today, thank you, Matthew. Or you want to close with me? All right, so you can stand here. As we close this event today, this boy legit made like 20,000 naira today by just being passionate. As we close this event today, I want to just take our time to thank all of our friends, all of our musicians, the band. I want to thank the band, Kenny Cougar, Jerry pianist, Wale, Ayo. I want to thank our friends to the musicians, Ayomiku. Please, can we celebrate Ayomiku? Such an amazing voice. Amazing voice. Can you celebrate Dami? Dami Praise is my favorite musician. And I also want to specially thank Damola. Please, can we put our hands together for Damola? Thank you so much for accepting to do this with us. I want to celebrate all of our friends that came through. I can't mention everybody's name. Orifunke, Tilash, Okpegbemiro. Thank you, everyone. Kenneth, Folashade, thank you all for being a part of this amazing event. Toyosi, I cannot thank us all enough. And again, I want to thank Stanbic IBTC. I used to work there, and they've graciously supported me for 2 years. I want to thank my former owners and my current owners. I want to thank Stanbic IBTC and Alert by Wema, for coming together, bringing their heads together to support me. I am for everybody and for nobody, right? Thank you so much, Stanbic. Thank you so much, Wema Bank. One of the things God told me is that sometime, someday, we're going to take the International Boy Child Summit to the National Stadium. And I want to commit to our team that we're going to work towards using the indoor sports hall next year for the International Boy Child Summit, as we mobilize the largest boy child summit across Sub-Saharan Africa. This is the beginning. You may not look like the change we're talking about, but something is happening to you. I want you to just go back to your school, go back to your notes, and make all of the change, all of the talk that has been shared with you today happen, right? On this note, I'd like to declare this International Boy Shout Summit 2020 Redefining Masculinity 3 closed. There's a form with you that you need you to quickly help fill. But before we leave, I'll just leave you in the hands of Defire for us to dance, eat, have some lunch, and have fun. Please put your hands together for Defire. Thank you all for coming for the Boy Child Summit.
How you doing, guys? Guys, I need you to make some noise. I need you to shake this place. Awesome, awesome, awesome. So my name is Defire, and I want to teach you guys a very simple song. So when I say saute, you say saute. Easy. So saute, 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 saute. So the meaning of saute is salt of the earth, right? And I want to show you guys what it means to be the salt of the earth. All right, guys, let's go. Chill. Are you ready? Yeah, heavy. Yeah, man, the power so heavy. What are we gonna do with it early? We gonna rap for the people who are burning, yearning for the birthing ready. Yeah, man, we gotta stay ready. The good news is given for every. Be alert every time to dispense it, but don't stress cause that ain't hate. It is Jesus in us. We know anyway. We don't change. We gon' love up on them. Turn up, it's not us. That ain't hate. It is Jesus in us. We know anyway. We don't change. We gon' love up. Everybody, let's go. Saute, 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 saute. Saute, 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 yeah, 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 our tutti, yeah, 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 we just wanna say, Jesus is the way, say, yeah, yeah, our tutti, yeah, yeah, we just wanna say, chill, yeah, right from the day that you made me, you was destined as people who hate me. If they hated you, why would they hate me? Well, I am the salt of the earth, no mistakes me. That's why I go back to back with them tracks. And it mean no, it's not to step back. Cause I bring the word of God that brings light. The double-edged sword that's piercing every heart. Well, it's not us that they hate. I see him steady trying to mess up my plate. We only bring love for the beaters who hate. The hate that I talk about you every day. I know it's not us that they hate. I know that light and darkness can relate. So I'm on this grind all day, chasing souls all day. Until my heart goes like a fella. I'ma be saute, saute, saute. I can't hear you guys. Come on, one time. Saute, 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 saute. Yeah, I realize that the word is the power, not the delivery. Certainly not the instrumental. Refuse to turn out on fire. We take it higher, 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 and we are the light of the world. Yeah. Powered by the Holy Ghost. Yeah. We are the salt of the earth. Yeah. Changing the world every moment. We do this. Christ is the reason we do this. Not for the fame or the accolades. Christ is the reason we do this. Calling out to all creators. Now the gospel like a playlist. We will cover all the nations. This is when it's not a movie. We can be moving. Saute, 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 saute. Come on, guys, come on, rock with me. Saute, 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 saute. Come on. know you got the light. I want to see your hands up. Come on, let's go. Chill. Yo, listen. Yeah, I got a light. God is greater than fear, and it dries up my tears. I got a light that illuminates my faith, and it keeps me in shape. I got a light. Come on, I want to see your hand right now. It illuminates my path, and it frees me from the mistakes of the past. Chill, chill. It keeps me in purpose. 1, 2, 3, let's go. You got it, you shine a light. You got it, you shine a light. You got it, you shine. Everybody, 1, 2, let's go. Right now. You shine a light. Brings up the night that used to be my name, colored in guilt and shame, till I saw light. Woke me up from my sleep, now he keeps me awake, I'm in the light. Not because of my works, I got this as a gift, I've got the light. I don't deep into myself. Everybody, let's go. You got shine the light. Hey, you got it, you shine the light. Hey, you got it, you shine. 1, 2, let's go right now. Chill, chill, chill. You shine the light. Yeah, boys, Africa, make some noise. You might have been whipping an evening, but joy comes in the morning. Life is full of many problems, but don't be lost in your worries. I know you've been waiting for long, but do not be anxious for anything. Lift your head up, let your faith talk, scream. This is for you, this is for me, this is for everybody in the streets. No matter whatever your pedigree, the word of God is able to redeem. Come on, everybody who's feeling weak, come on to Jesus and never relief. Come on, everybody who's feeling weak, come on to Jesus and never relief. This is where fear ends. Lay it all down, lay it all down now. And this is where you start going all out, going all out now. This is where it ends. Lay the weights down, lay the weights down now. Come on, boys, Africa, are you ready? Now, 1 more time, let's go. Hey, 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 you shine a light. Come, let's go. Hey, you shine a light. You shine a light. You shine a light. Yeah, yeah. You shine a light. Make some noise. One more thing, guys. I want you to know that you can make a difference in this world. Live for impact. Live for a purpose. Don't just be random with your life. Live a life of meaning. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
I've got a light that is greater than fear, and it dries up my tears. I got a light.